We'll get started here. You're all very welcome to the special council meeting. I'm going to pass over to the Chief Executive for the members' attendance and apologies and the notice and summons of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you're hereby summoned to attend this special meeting of the council, which will be hybrid, conducted remotely via WebEx and physically here in the council chamber in the Guildhall, Thursday, 29th of January at 2 o'clock. Alderman Cook.
Here.
Alderman Guy.
Here,
Alderman Hussey. Alderman Kerrigan.
Online.
Alderman McMorris.
She's here. She's just stepped out.
Alderman Middleton. Alderman Montgomery.
Online, John.
Alderman Wilkinson. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Lillian Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Online, John.
Councillor Boggs.
And Shaw, Erlina, John.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Clark.
Sure.
Councillor Cusick.
Online.
Councillor Devine.
Sure.
Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Alex Duffy.
And Shaw, online.
Councillor Sandra Duffy.
Sure.
Councillor Farrell. Councillor Fleming.
And Shaw.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin. Councillor Hart.
And Shaw, Erlina.
Councillor Heaney. Councillor Hutton. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard.
And Shaw, Erlina.
Councillor Logue.
Online, John.
Councillor McDade. Councillor McGinley.
And Shaw.
Councillor McGowan.
And Shaw.
Councillor McHugh.
Shaw.
Councillor Mooney. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Norris. Councillor O'Farrell.
And Shaw.
Councillor Riley.
Online, John.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Nealis.
Erlina.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Thank you, John. Members, I'll just read the broadcasting statement. I'd like to remind everyone physically present at this meeting or in attendance remotely, this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you're consenting to be informed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the council privacy notice may be found on the council website. So then we go to open for decision and chairperson's business. There's no chairperson business that I have or no member has raised any with me. So at this point, I'm going to pass to the chief executive who's going to outline how we're going to proceed through the meeting. So over to you, John.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So members, we have produced a number of slides today. Those members who are on either the Capital Working Group or the City Deal Working Group, as you know, we had a joint meeting back in the latter part of 2025, and it's from that meeting that these papers flow. And so we were proposing to run the special council meeting in a similar fashion to the working group. There are so many papers, clearly, massive volume of capital projects and work, and many of them, to some degree or other, have a dependence on some of the others. So the suggestion to make it slightly easier and more fluid, we've prepared a series of slides. The slides reflect the paper. The officers will speak to both the slides and the paper. We will pause after each paper for members to comment and to give views, but the suggestion is that we won't take the recommendations of each paper at that point, that we run through all of the papers, take all of the comments at each stage, and then come back at the end of the meeting and seek a recommendation on paper 1, a recommendation on paper 2, a recommendation on paper 3, and so on, so that members have full sight of everything before they vote on any one particular recommendation from one particular paper. So if you're content with that, members will proceed along those lines. But again, we will pause at the end of each paper for comments and discussion around each particular topic. Is that okay? Okay, so if we go to the first slide then, and again, I'm sure you've been through the papers, but just to set the scene, there's a huge range of projects. It's very deliberately structured today in this fashion. Because of the interdependencies between all of them. So I'll start with a brief overview, passing to Una for an important paper that straddles, if you like, all of our capital programme on embedding social value and the progress with it. We then move into City Deal and interdependent strategic projects, and then a series of projects on strategic leisure, running from Strabane through to Templemore, through to Brandywell, through to Melvin. The next 3 papers are update papers on the important projects in Strabane Public Realm, Riverine and DNA. Subsequent to the Capital Working Group, we had some good news from DFI in relation to the lighting of our greenways. So we have that paper in. We will then talk about the wider Pride and Place investment, and then we'll wrap it up with the very important underpinning financial plan across all of the projects. And then Mayor and members, as I said earlier, will then come back to the key recommendations for each paper. So if we start with the first paper, then the strategic overview, it's just again to set the scene, members. Next slide, please, Darrell. We have to date delivered over £130 million of projects right across the council area in the last number of years. So they would be mostly what we're now referring to as community projects, projects right across all of the DEAs across the council. If we look at the value of everything else that we're trying to progress, and there's different ways of cutting this, but we are currently trying to progress, or are progressing, over £500 million of fully funded projects. You've often heard me say this over the years that we have a very extensive capital programme. Those were in the days where it was 100, 200, 300. We're now in £500 million of projects. There isn't hardly a team within council that isn't engaged quite significantly during the course of a normal week in helping to advance these. The capital teams right across the directorates, the support teams, the HR teams, the finance teams, the legal teams, the assurance teams are all fully embedded in all of these projects. So it is a very, very ambitious set program. It comes about, members, as a result of the many, many meetings of this council, the many, many discussions in relation to the ambition. And we are no longer in planning mode. We're absolutely now 100% in delivery mode across all of these projects and continuing to plan for a suite of investment even beyond this. So councils, as you know, and you, our members and our citizens and businesses are looking beyond this program into what comes after that. To try to break it down into some sort of meaningful context, 300 million of that approximately are the City Deal projects, which you're all familiar with. The detailed update paper we'll come on to later. That includes Strabane Leisure. But separately, and Strabane Leisure straddles this, we have our strategic leisure programme, which is Strabane Leisure, Templemore Leisure, today Melvin, and going beyond that into the Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium. We have a range of other strategic projects. We refer to them as in Strabane Town Centre, our project in Castlederg, Levelling Up project, the Acorn Farm project, the Riverine project that many of you will be at the launch of last week in Lifford. And then very importantly, and it's always been the strategy of this council, is that community projects are as important, if not more important, than the strategic projects. Many cities, many councils historically have tried to advance one over the other. We've always tried to give them all equal priority. So between what has been delivered and what is fully funded, we have 175 million pounds approximately of community projects on the books and old money on the drawing board or on site. In addition to that, we have the 20 million pound Pride in Place programme of projects, the first suite of which has been presented to the UK government for consideration, about 4 to 5 million of that. And we have another 30 million pounds of projects for across the community that are in various states of progress. So Frank and his team, for example, working up feasibility studies, or they're into detailed design, or they're into planning, that have elements of funding, but not the full funding package yet. So that brings us into that category of, you know, greater ambition beyond the £500 million. And members, this is a timely meeting because, as we know, through our strategic growth plan and through our overall ambition for the city and district, it doesn't stop at that. This council is heavily embedded in the Magee Task Force in terms of the expansion of Magee. There are all of the issues associated with the sustainability of City of Derry Airport, route development. There are the massive transport plans in terms of road, rail, greenways and other aspects of transport that we're heavily embedded in, influencing, sitting in project boards, design team meetings, integrating with our other projects. And obviously the two big city sites, Ebrington and Fort George, not to mention other sites across Strabane and the council area. At this stage, members, it would be an underestimate to say that there's approximately £1 billion of planned public sector expenditure across the city and district over the next, I was saying 8 to 10 years, but actually, you know, we have a couple of them on site. So it's effectively from now to 10 years, albeit it's probably the latter part of that period. So certainly in my time in council and before, we have never been in this position. It's an extraordinary position to be in. Clearly, there is still an awful lot more to do. There is still an awful lot to fix out there. But this is a massive start. And it's come as a result, as I've just said, of many years of planning. So the key issues clearly in the background to all of this is the complexity of trying to deliver all of this, the complexity of setting up all of the governance and the accountability arrangements, the resourcing of it. Sometimes and quite often, the resourcing of it staff-wise when there isn't the money, because quite often in these projects, it's about advancing them to a certain level before money starts to flow. And this council has been at the forefront of taking that risk of actually resourcing projects in the hope or aspiration that money will eventually flow, and that strategy has paid off. And the complexities of the linkages between them, and increasingly the complexities of delivering projects at scale in an environment where there are infrastructure restrictions, capacity issues in relation to the sewerage network, for example, with Northern Ireland Water, capacity issues to do with car parking and or public transport infrastructure, all of those issues which cities across Europe, across other regions have within the remit of the local authority, and struggle at times to deliver even when it's all under one roof, if you like, but is increasingly difficult when it's not. So part of our work, supported by yourselves, is to try to find ways to break down those barriers to ensure that across government departments, we begin to plan for this place, this city and district, right across all of those functions of government to make sure that this scale of investment works from a car parking perspective, works from a public transport perspective, works from a sewerage and water perspective. Because as we all know, the success or otherwise of those projects will be determined by the weakest link. So if a car parking space is taken away somewhere, there needs to be a strategy for how that works. And we know that from bitter experience, that it's people's real experience of how it impacts upon them is what's important. So that work is going on in the background, and we've discussed that before, and that will be the subject of further papers to come, proposals around how we further join up the work across government departments to support us in the delivery of this scale of activity. So the attached reports are sitting there. It's all, of course, backed up by the council's strategic financing plan that we've been working with you on over the last number of years. This dovetails with our rates estimates process. It also dovetails with two other important presentations that are going to take place in the next couple of weeks. One from the McGee Task Force next week at Governance and Strategic Planning Committee, where its chair, Stephen Kelly, and along with a number of the task force, will present to you the 1-year update report. And also, I think it's also next week, Rachel, that we have DFC coming to committee to update on Fort George. And also, members, as you know, we've been bringing through Stephen's directorate update papers on Ebrington. So there's a very deliberate attempt to try to ensure that we coordinate all of this so that you as members can see progress right across the strategic piece that is all of these capital projects. So the first paper is really to set the scene, members, and the recommendation is to note the scale of work that's underway, to note the complexities, the interdependencies, the unprecedented place that we're in, and to endorse the approach to the parallel programs of work, following which we'll now go into detail on some of those. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, John. And members, I just see in the chat box there, there's a declaration of interest from Councillor Raymond Barr as a committee member of Staban Athletic. Just to remind members, they can declare any interest now or as we go through each paper. So that takes us, members, to item 6. Sorry. Go ahead.
Each, yeah. You can take
Yeah.
questions after.
So that takes us now to any follow-up questions we might have.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, John, for a large report in a few words. You know, it's quite condensed there, obviously. You referred to the 1 billion investment over that period of time, quite rightly. You also indicated that a lot of that comes as a result of council groundwork, shall we call it that? Indeed, council catalytic work towards a lot of the projects. Is there any indication of that £1 billion, the percentage of that billion that is actual council funds paid for by our ratepayers? Thank you.
Well, we have in our financing plan, and just sort of stalling a bit here while Alfie pulls out the table, but we have in our financing plan the percentage of the approximate 600 million pounds of project that we're directly advancing. So Alfie can give you that figure. Beyond that, when you're into Ebrington, McGee, Fort George, it's none of it is essentially council. So we have the approximate sum that council has contributed towards the 600 odd.
Thank you, John. So I'm going to refer to the figure of 711, which is basically from we started the new council, and from that sum, there's 184 million of that, which is council, which is probably just short of 25%. I'm conscious there's a financing balance there as well of 80 million within that, which is coming from our 1.5% rates. So that would probably increase the proportion, but nonetheless, there's a substantial amount of leveraged external investment, and obviously a big part of that will be the city deal investment as well as all the government departments we work with.
Through you, Mayor, thanks to the officers for that response. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
No, I actually don't really have a question, and I suppose, but it might be an opportune time just to welcome the fact that this meeting's taking place. It's if all council meetings or if all council papers were as positive as this, it would be brilliant. No, this is like when you see the tremendous amount of work, and we know, like I know our team and I are engaging with officers about in relation to a lot of these projects. But when you see them all collated, you can see that holistic view of the amount of work that's going on with that amongst council officers. So it's fantastic, but it's coming on the back of not only a lot of work, but a lot of decisions that have been taken in this chamber. We have agreed the finance strategy that has brought us to this point. And so that was brave decisions during very difficult times. And we're still in difficult times, but we still have that ambition to grow. So the investment that is being discussed today is on the back of those, on the back of that vision, because we want to see delivery. We recognize the value of the community projects, and we see the important driver that the important role the council has to drive these projects forward. But we can't do it in isolation, and I know, like what I'm sort of talking in that holistic view. A lot of the finance strategy, although it did involve decisions that we needed to take through the RITS process over many years, but it also required joined up working with government departments, and none more so than the financial support that we received from the airport. And that was a key element of the delivery of the financial strategy. So the fact that we're at this stage has been a result of the joined up working. As we move through the delivery phase, there's no doubt that joined up and collective working needs to be ramped up even further, because as John has highlighted, there's many challenges ahead of us. We're not naive to that, but we recognize the challenges that we've already overcome to get to this stage. And we're, from our perspective, not prejudicing any of the decisions that are taken today or maybe in the coming weeks, but we're 100% committed to overcoming the challenges and delivering for the people that we represent. So I wasn't sure if you were stopping for questions at this time, but it was an opportune time just to give an overview in relation to our appreciation that this meeting is actually happening in the first instance. So thanks for that, Mayor.
Okay, and we'll be stopping for questions and comments after each item, as the Chief Executive laid out earlier. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. And I suppose following on from Councillor Jackson, you know, a lot of us talk and know a fair bit about these projects which are before us today. And the figures have been bandied about for quite a long time, but when you see them in a list such as that, it really is quite impressive that during very difficult times, and very hard, with very hard financial constraints, that this council have been able to drive forward a programme of projects such as this. I think we also need to recognise that whilst it's impressive the amount of projects that council have direct responsibility for, it's also incredibly impressive in terms of the ones that we don't have direct responsibility for, that council are key drivers in making sure that they're delivered. And I think we have to recognise that there is a confidence out there among government departments and statutory partners that the officers of this council know what they're talking about in terms of capital projects and the delivery of them, and that this council will drive forward and get things done for people. Now, I know that to people in the outside world that they are just figures on a screen and may not mean a whole lot at this moment in time, but as John said earlier, hopefully within the next 10 years, people will start to see a change and see the benefit of all of these projects from Culmore to Castlederrick and everywhere in between. So I suppose on behalf of our group at this stage, Mayor, it's just to acknowledge the hard work that the senior council officers have been involved in over many, many years with many, many different partners and organisations, and leading and in many instances dragging people to a position where investment across the city and district is a key element and a key focus for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Is there any other member who wishes to comment or ask a question before we move on? Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just again endorse what previous speakers have said. I think it's probably taken very good leadership to get to this stage here. This, and when we look up at that, it reminds me, there's an old saying, you know, you wait for hours on the bus, and then two turn up at the one time. Well, when you look at that, you're waiting for hours and years on a bus, but there's quite a few buses turn up at the one time. So there's been a lot of work that's gone on behind the scenes. And I think that now we're starting to see it, and we better look, people will start to realise it, and that it is real. So I would just, as a collective, thank you to all the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Members, will move on then to item 7, and Una is going to take this, and that's the social value item.
Thank you. Members, I'm pleased to report that all the City Deal partners have developed and agreed a benefits realisation plan, which is going to really look at how benefits will be delivered, tracked and monitored. And the reason this is highlighted within the presentation and within your pack is to provide demonstration of the commitment by partners, not just to measure the outputs of what the financial investment is going to bring, but also to ensure that the projects actually deliver on the intended financial and non-financial benefits as identified within their business cases. As you know, members, a significant part of this is the realisation of achieving inclusiveness. And it's a term that's bandied about an awful lot, but the demonstration really is on how we take it forward. And in terms of the City Deal partners, they're all working towards the achievement of more and better paid jobs. They're looking at providing impact beyond the physical location of the actual building that they're developing, and they're finding ways to advantage communities and residents who have not shared benefits of economic growth previously. In order to do that, members, it requires a significant attention to be given to the fact that City Deal and the Inclusive Future Plan is part of a wider portfolio of investments, and we can see that in terms of the university expansion, Fort George and Edmonton. All of them collectively will bring about the transformational change to address inequalities, protect our environment and nature. But in particular today, members, we want to focus on the social value and what we can actually do within the City Deal team and within partners to achieve that. Members, you know a lot around social value because it's come before you before in terms of motions. You have asked officers to pay particular attention to this. You've asked for commitment towards the Northwest Community Wealth Building Partnership. You've also asked for the Anti-Poverty Action Plan, and you've asked for the Real Living Wage. All of those activities all contribute towards achieving social value. And members, what we have asked our partners to do is to look at a life cycle approach towards social value. That means from the very beginning, from the design stage, right through to the development of the capital buildings, and post that in terms of how the buildings will actually operate, that there will be social value embedded at each of those stages. And in order to do that, it means that we're looking very, very closely at procurement, for example, in terms of how that's built into procurement exercises going forward. And we've given you some information within the document, particularly from section 3.2 onwards, in terms of how that's going to be achieved. And a lot of that is actually through the community engagement. The communities themselves saying this is where they feel that they could have the greater value beyond the capital buildings themselves. This is where they would like to see social value impacting in the daily lives of their communities, and this is how they would like to be involved in that process. So that has been a really important and valuable exercise in terms of actually producing a number of guiding documents that the City Deal partners are using now in terms of their procurement exercises. And members, then beyond the procurement, as you would imagine, there are lots of other opportunities in terms of achieving social value, and that includes the supply chains, making sure that local businesses are ready and can avail of the opportunities that are going to come. The business preparedness in terms of the influx of construction, and that's in terms of your coffee shops right through in terms of your different electrical companies and building contractors that could maybe avail of those opportunities. And also, members, you know that the bid and the plan is to have 6,300 new jobs that will come as part of the City Deal investment. Well, we need to make sure that there's a skills pipeline, that local people are actually appropriately qualified, have the training and have the skills in order to avail of those jobs during construction and post-construction. And members, that's where, in terms of our partners within the training, the education, secondary and tertiary, play such an important role to make sure that that actually happens. Members also want to draw to your attention within the report the establishment of the Social Value Working Group. So this isn't just the City Deal partners and council working together, but this is actually the businesses, this is the private sector alongside the community sector, identifying the best way forward in relation to this, and particularly the very, very close liaison with the Northwest Community Wealth Building Partnership. They have a very specific role in terms of making sure that all of the City Deal projects and wider development opportunities, because obviously City Deal is important, but you've got our McGee expansion. We've also got further works at Fort George. All of those developments now follow this similar path in terms of achieving inclusive growth, and that's what they're all working towards. Members, we've highlighted the documents that have been produced, but in particular, I want to draw your attention to the Social Value Portal, which has been funded and been managed by the North West Community Wealth Building Partnership, which is actually going to link up local businesses and local communities with the procurement opportunities that are going to arise locally. And the other thing that, whilst initial, and we want to stress that this is really just in the early stages, because there's lots more that we need to do in terms of social value, but it has produced some really exciting conversations, and some amazing opportunities have started to emerge. And I want to draw attention to Strabane, and I think it's really a reflection of the fact that the projects are co-located, that they've got huge interdependencies, and there's a real vibrancy in terms of the business sector working alongside the community sector in terms of identifying those opportunities. So we can start to see how the decant of the regional college is going to benefit some of the health projects within the local area. We can see how the demolition works can actually provide opportunities for surplus materials. So they're early engagements, and those conversations, whilst they might be relatively small, are really meaningful in terms of the local community. So we're very excited at a future stage to bring back further reports and demonstrate how this is actually happening in practice. But in the meantime, members, we're looking for your endorsement of the approach that we've taken to date, and very happy to take any questions or comments that you have.
Thanks for that, Una. Over to you, members. Any questions or comments? Alderman Hussey.
For the opportunity again, Mayor, and thanks, Una, for the presentation. I'm absolutely delighted to see the direction that this is taking. And I say that from the point of view of somebody who had attended a conference in England in the old Legacy Council and brought back the issue of social value to the Legacy Council. And an officer report was produced at that time with regard to social value, and that was produced actually by Sharon Maxwell, who produced that excellent report. And it's good to see that sort of fruition and development coming through. There were issues back in the day with regard to European procurement and all of that sort of thing, which actually mitigated against social value input of the type that we have now. So congratulations that we have reached the stage we're at to the benefit of our local residents as much as possible, whether it is benefit realisation or the actual social value, the interaction that comes along with it. So thank you. It's just comments, Mayor, but thank you for the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Deputy Mayor McMorris.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in, and thank you very much for that report. We're happy to endorse the strategy going forward. I think social value is a really important aspect of all tender projects that we would do going forward. I just want to raise one point in regards to social value. We've had experience in the past where the contractors, not necessarily from the city, and when it went out to social value, they actually brought people in from where they were, as opposed to within the city and district. That we raised at that time, it is very important to liaise with the community sector, because there's information and knowledge in the local communities that might be, you know, beneficial to identify people who would be suited to do the roles or whatever. I think it is a really great idea that we're like doing that pipeline, do you know what I mean? So we're leading updates so we can identify through Northwest Regional College or whether it's local businessmen or employers or whatever. But it's just, I wanted to be mindful that if we're putting social value into the context, that we're actually looking at where these social value people are coming from. Do you know what I mean? Because not that I'm not trying to get people from other districts, but I just think that we need to be making sure that if there's people in the local district who are qualified and willing and able to do it, that we attract them first and foremost. But thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. And I have Councillor Neelis online.
Yeah, thanks very much for this report, and I really welcome the inclusion of social value as an agenda item. Today, I want to extend my thanks to Linda and Teresa for the hard work that they have been putting in to create the draft combined social value community priorities report, and the work that they have done engaging with all the DEAs. I would encourage any organisations who haven't given their feedback on this report to do so, as this will help shape the future impact of social value within our district. I would ask for a further piece of engagement to be done to ensure that city centre organisations have the opportunity to feed into this, as I feel that sometimes the city centre organisations, there is a wee bit of a gap there. And just to make sure, I think that the more input we get into this report, the better. And it's great to see the outworkings of the Northwest Community Wealth Building Partnership, as they have been putting a lot of work into this for years, and the joint work that they have been doing with council. And it's just really, really good to see how council, have really put the effort into believing in the benefits of social value, and especially that they reflect the community need. I welcome the benefits will be tracked and monitored, as the financial impact the social value will have in our council area are massive. And I'm encouraged by the work that has been going on with social value and the Strabane Regeneration Programme. I think it's really, really positive, and it's a great pilot for us to look at, and I look forward to seeing the real tangible impact of this. Graham.
Thank you, Councillor Neelis. Any other member? No. So then we'll go on then to item 8, and that's the City Deal Interdependent and Strategic Projects Update. And it's John and Una who's taking this.
Thank you, Mayor. So, members, background, first of all, just to refresh ourselves, September 2024 in the Guildhall, in the main hall, after a little bit of a last minute glitch, the financial deal was signed. At that stage, it was 293 million. So it's just worth reminding ourselves that even by then, it had gone up 43 million from the heads of terms agreement of 250 a few years ago, a few years prior to that. And that was as a result of increased commitment by most of the partners, ourselves, the Western Health and Social Care Trust, the university, and the Department for Infrastructure. Again, back to City Deal in itself is a useful programme and a big programme, but it's always about trying to use it to lever further funding, to try to get other projects moving, to get other departments to think about other projects and expand what they're doing. So since then, in September 2024, the focus has been on design. And I suppose it's worth thinking about that across 4 or 5 main headings. It's all very easy to jump to, well, design's about, seeing what the drawings look like. But the work behind it is massive, particularly of these very big projects. Governance, finance, risk, and resources. We always try to think about it in those terms. If you don't address these big projects across those 4 headings, you're going to run into difficulty. Governance is a massive issue. So a substantial amount of time since signing a financial deal has been working with government, working with the partners, working with the Department of Finance, working with the UK government as well as Stormont in setting up all of the governance and accountability arrangements for the flow of all of this money. And all of the project teams that sit behind them. If you think of one of our own council community projects, the number of people that will be around it, you multiply that up by a scale of 40 or 50. And in terms of this, you can begin to see the complexity of the governance arrangements around. There are project teams right across a whole range of organisations, all of whom have their own different objectives, all of whom have their own boards or their own management structures, who report at different times in different ways with different financial arrangements, who are now we're trying to bring together under the one programme. We can't instruct officers from the Western Health and Social Care Trust to do something in a particular way. So we've tried to broker memoranda of understanding, SLAs, ways of working that iron out all of that and try to do things in a more partnership approach. So it is unique, and it's just worth highlighting that to you, that this is very different from anything we've ever done. So there's been a huge amount of work in respect of that, and some of the outworkings of that are attached in the appendix where you can see the division of responsibility. I'm skipping over the actual projects in City Deal because they've been in here through different meetings and you know what they are. But again, just for your reference and attached in this document, our most recent document that sets out all of the projects, what they're about, what the outcomes are, and what the benefits are, is reattached in Appendix 1. It's that document there. It's on our website. So if you, your colleagues, or anybody ever asks you what's City Deal all about, that's the document that's most up to date, sets it out, excuse me, from A to Z in terms of all of the projects. We update that every so often to provide the most recent up-to-date picture. But that provides a lot of the detail. The finance behind it, again, led by Alfie, who set up a senior finance working group across all of the partners, who meet with government every single Friday, who meet with UK government, who try to coordinate all of this, is also set out in Appendix 3, how that all works. And then there's the whole issue of risk. How do we take a step back and look at all of this and say, what can go wrong? How do we mitigate against all of that? How do we draw up risk registers across not just all of these projects within council, but all of these projects across all of these different organisations who all have their own risk teams, their own risk registers, their own way of doing things. And so that's where Denise and her team have been coming in to support the City Deal Programme Board and to try to harmonise all of that. And then staffing. So as you've heard me say in here, we started off doing this by kind of bolting bits of it on to other people's jobs. Still to a greater or lesser degree, we do a lot of that. Una is now our programme SRO, who's not quite full-time, but pretty much full-time, working on it. I am the overall programme accountable person across all of the organisations, to both UKG and to the Stormont Executive. And within each of the categories, we have 3 pillars, where Karen Phillips is the chair of the board that looks after the Riverfront and Strabane regeneration project. Stephen is the chair of the pillar board that looks after all of the innovation and medical projects, and Karen McFarland on the other strand of activity heads up in all of the strategic leisure projects. And then below all of that, we have our project teams. So members, I could talk about this all afternoon, but I just wanted to give you a flavour of the scale of all of that that has been brought together over the last 18 months or so. In terms of product and outcome, that then leads to the development of the business cases, the advancement of the business cases, the casework committees that have to take place to get the business cases through, the negotiation around all of that, and then eventually contracts funding, and then eventually after that, the appointment of integrated consultant teams, and finally, contractors on site. People, certainly when I started my career in the private sector in design and project management, they used to say that major capital projects took between 2 and 4 years to get in site. It's now kind of somewhere between 7 and 10 years. That's how efficient we've all become in terms of utilization of modern technology. But it is just a massive, and the problem with that, in a low inflationary environment, that's not an issue. In a high inflationary environment, that's a massive issue, because business cases have to be completely redone and updated every time inflation has that big an impact on it. So all of that's been going on. I'll give you a quick update on where the projects are at the moment. And then the other issue, members, is adjacent to the suite of City Deal projects, there are very interdependent projects. The most interdependent of all is Queen's Quay. The structure of Queen's Quay, the necessity to engage with the Department of Infrastructure to ensure that they appreciate that it is a very important project, to move it on and to consider how that might be taken forward in parallel with City Deal. Very pleased to say that senior team within DFI have been working very closely with us. They do now recognise that it is a very important project. They have been scoping with their consultants what the options are to remediate, how much it might cost. They're due to finish that work in the next couple of months. And then we'll have a better idea as to how that project might be able to move forward. Car parking strategy, the transport strategy for the city and district, the Wall City Heritage regeneration projects. All of those things are co-related projects that spin out of City Deal or are attached or interlinked with City Deal that we're also working on. So if we turn to the next slide, the update on each of the projects. First suite of projects being the innovation projects in the School of Medicine. So as members know, the School of Medicine is open and first cohort of graduates graduated last summer, which was a tremendous outcome for the city and district. The OBC for the School of Medicine, you will recall, it was presented into a special council meeting by the university back in March 2024. I think the Vice-Chancellor actually came in and presented on it. The ambition for the School of Medicine is significantly in excess of the original School of Medicine that we have the funding to deliver through City Deal. The School of Medicine that we have the funding to deliver through City Deal plus Ulster University monies is circa 50 million. Yep. The School of Medicine that we all wish to build, which is what we now refer to as School of Medicine Max, for want of a better term, requires an additional 40 million. It was the recommended favoured option from the OBC that was completed back in March 2024. It requires an additional 40 million of funding. That 40 million of funding has been committed to by the Economy Minister, who is hugely supportive of the project. And as members know, it has been included in the draft budget, which is now out for consultation to this council and to others. Ulster University have progressed with the appointment of the consultant team to design the much larger facility, but has currently paused the progress with that ICT until there's absolute confirmation of the budget, and indeed an interrelated conversation that has taken place with the Department of Health in relation to the resourcing and the sustainable funding of medical students in the School of Medicine. So it's advanced very significantly, but the coming weeks will dictate the pace of progress as we go forward. As members know, we've completed the sale of the land beside the council offices for the new building. And we're also tying up an MOU with Ulster University, DFE and ourselves with respect to the flow of funding and the governance arrangements associated with that. If we go beyond the School of Medicine into the other innovation projects, the ICT has now been appointed for the Altnagalvin teaching space. So part of the project is the building of new teaching space at Altnagalvin Area Hospital. And also the ICT has been appointed to take forward the new research facility that is planned at Altnagalvin Hospital. Probably the most advanced innovation project is the CADRIC project. The CADRIC project is the Centre of Innovation Excellence that will be located on the Strand Road, directly opposite the council building, the existing council headquarters building. The ICT is appointed, the contract of funding has been issued, And the design team is now in the process of designing that building. In fact, if we relate it back to the task force, it is now part of the task force's job that this building will be probably doubled in size through its capital plan, and it's known as Cadric Max. So the design team has been appointed to design Cadric Max, albeit City Deal will deliver the Cadric element of it, and in due course that building will be doubled in size. A range of other innovation projects that have been led by council, the smart digital projects, I'll not go through all of them. They're advancing through OBCs. One of them, the Innovation Hub, which is actually a physical project, had been previously earmarked to potentially be located within the Lawrence building of Northwest Regional College. Bad news and good news. The bad news is that we've paused that as a direction of travel, principally because the Innovation Hub, there's a bigger spatial requirement. As we've gone through the project, it seems to be gathering momentum, and the Northwest Regional College requires a significant part of the Lawrence building now for its existing art and design courses. So the co-location within the Lawrence building is no longer an option. We are currently scoping other options for that potential facility. So members, that's the update on the medical school and the innovation projects. If we move on to the Riverfront, the Strand Road and Wall City projects, the ICT for the Riverfront project has been appointed. Very close working between ourselves, between DFI and between DFC, Ulster University. So that is the realignment of all the road space, the reworking of Harbour Square, Whittaker Street, what we term University Square down by the council offices. The OBC for the Wall City Public Realm and the lighting projects has been completed, as with DFC. The appointment of the ICT is well underway for those projects. Members, there's in your diaries, there's a stakeholder, we're now launching a stakeholder engagement plan. I'm going to ask Una just to pick up on that. But the first meeting with yourselves is planned for Monday of next week. So I'll just maybe pause there and pass to Una on stakeholder engagement.
John, as John said, members, you've got it in your diary. So the meeting on Monday is twofold. It's to outline our stakeholder engagement approach right across all of the City Deal portfolio. And we want to tell you about how we intend to take that forward, initially with information gathering, then engagement, participation before pre-planning and so forth. So there's a lot of engagement that has been identified. But in particular, we want to talk to you about the Central Riverfront and the consultants, the ICTs who have been appointed, that's RPS, Tetra Tech, are going to come in and just do some information gathering, particularly around your experiences in recent times before we start to go out and speak to stakeholders. So that's scheduled for Monday. And then we've got a series of more expansive engagement with wider partners, which is towards the end of February, 25th and 26th of February. And that's whenever we'll do a lot more of that engagement around information gathering before the actual designs start to take effect. So and we've a separate one organised then for Strabane in terms of Strabane Regeneration Programme, which is the 5th of March, and we'll just do a similar approach in terms of that.
Okay, thank you, Una. So in relation to other interrelated projects over the last number of months, we've also been scoping, designing, looking at this site adjacent to us in terms of our proposal for a new civic and commercial office space, working that in with the new road alignment, the traffic alignment, how that might work. We're at a point now where we can progress that on into more concept and detailed design. So we'll be bringing that forward in the next number of months. And the other council asset that you know in Queen's Quay Strand Road that we've been negotiating with Ulster University, that the completion of that is imminent. Everything that we've had to do through Philip's team in particular to undertake that transaction has been done. There's some remaining loose ends that have to be tied up with DFE and Ulster University, but that's well underway at this point. Few paragraphs, members 327, 328, just detailing out what I've said about Queen's Quay and the importance of that project. And in 329, the wider linkages on the transport plan. 3210, detailing the continued liaison with Inner City Trust in and around the potential project with the Tower Museum and the scoping of that. There's been just a few hiccups in that, and we're working through that with Inner City Trust and the viability or otherwise of that. And as you know, members, through B&C. In the meantime, we've identified a meanwhile use for the ground floor of the Tower Museum with the extension of the Dairy Girls exhibition. One of the things we're looking at the moment, members, is a city centre location to house the city deal and related council teams, and in particular back to the previous comment I made about engaging more closely with other government departments, in particular DFI. We're encouraging DFI to consider co-locating with us in that space, to have an integrated design team to look at these projects. We have been talking with Inner City Trust about the potential of taking space in the former Danske Bank building in Guildhall Square. That conversation is progressing well. And as soon as something further develops in that, we'll come back to you with an individual detailed paper with regard to that proposal. Obviously, one of the great pieces of news that you're well aware of is that our first city deal project is actually on site across in Ebrington, commenced in September 2025. Many of you were at the launch, and its current anticipated, it's progressing well on site. Stephen will give an update paper as we go through today, but it's still working to an anticipated completion date of spring, summer, autumn 2027. In that period, we're working through the contractor with the exact timing on that, but it's progressing well, it's on site, and it's extremely good news. Members, the Strabane project is going particularly well. It is exceptionally complicated in its interlinkages. I think Una has mentioned this. We have made the appointment for the leisure centre, again, that for the integrated consultant team, again, that's subject to the detail paper. And because of all the interlinkages between all of these projects, we've had a very complicated set of meetings with all of the project partners to deal with who is picking up the road design, the sewerage design, the utilities design, the electricity supply, the water supply for all of these different buildings in this same space. Very rare do you get a scenario where there are so many different partners trying to design different buildings and work across all of these agencies. So to ensure that we're trying to do it in a joined up way, we have mutually agreed to appoint one overall consultant team to work with all of us to look at all of that, to try to do it in a joined up way. That has been as a result of extensive meetings and negotiations and discussions. We are on the verge of making that appointment. It's due to happen in the next couple of weeks, that we will have that team on board. We have, as you know, acquired a site for car parking adjacent to the proposed new leisure centre on the Derry Road. We have undertaken a parking needs analysis right across Strabane Town Centre. We are currently scoping at least one, if not more, further sites in and around the Canal Basin area for the potential of overspill car parking and future catalytic development. On all of the schemes, at no cost to council, we have negotiated with the Ministerial Advisory Group who sit within or report to the DFC Minister. We have secured the support of the architectural team that makes up the Ministerial Advisory Group, who are providing us with guidance and oversight at strategic level on all of the plans, both in Strabane and in Derry, and indeed in Magee. Initially, we were working with the Magee team and DFC stroke MAG, and one advisor had been appointed for each project, but we've now negotiated that the three advisors will work across the three projects together as opposed to silo working. So we're finding that very beneficial in terms of that. We've nearly completed the legals on the DFI building on Derry Road. We're working through the demolition contract, and demolition on that site will probably begin within the next couple of months. And we will be putting a hoarding around that site with some preliminary visuals and information on what's coming. So movement on the ground will begin to take place probably by March of this year with regard to that. And specifically in relation to that, there are a row of houses just beside it on the Derry Road that we've literally been doing, would it be fair to say, door-to-door engagement with residents in that area, just to make sure that they're fully aware of what's happening. The Strabane project at heads of term stage was circa 90 million. It's now sitting at 115 million of committed funding to the Strabane project. But just to be clear with members, if you will recall, we have significantly scaled back the public realm element of that project due to affordability and focused on the buildings. And we do have to now continue to work with DFC and other partners to ensure that at some point we can bring back in the public realm part of that project to fully complete it. Although that is yet subject to detailed design, it's circa a £10 million project in itself. And we're very alive to the requirement for that to happen. We have strongly indicated to DFC that we would wish it to be thinking about it in future funding rounds. And it is something, together with in the Derry project, Queen's Quay, these are the two vital elements that we need to progress in parallel with the rest of the City Deal projects. Members, there's a section on financing that I'll skim over because quite a bit of it is incorporated in your overarching financing project. I would say that if we think of heads of terms at 250, then financial deal, as I said at the start of this meeting, this paper had gone up to 293. We're currently sitting at committed funding of 307.5 million. And if the School of Medicine Max is approved, we'll be practically at 350 million of committed expenditure for City Deal projects or very closely related City Deal projects. That does not include the 10 million that we hope to achieve for the Strabane Public Realm. It does not include the DFI works to Queen's Quay, should it be subsequently approved, and it does not include our investment in the proposed civic commercial offices next door. If you did include all of those, we would be sitting somewhere in the region of 450 million pounds of expenditure across the City Deal projects and related projects. So again, members, to remind ourselves that the City Deal is a catalyst for so many other things. So the recommendations from this paper are that members, we seek your views and comments on everything I've just said and written, and endorsement or otherwise of progress. That we note that we're now sitting with 307.5 million of committed expenditure from the original 250. That we particularly note that we need to continue to lobby for the Queen's Quay and the Strabane Town Centre elements of the project. I hope you would support the proposal to continue to scope a city centre location for the team. And also that you support our scoping of future lands for car parking in Strabane. And while those are the recommendations, we will come back to them obviously at the end of the meeting. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. That's probably the most detailed report out of all of them. And I hope you didn't mind me taking a bit of time over it, but it's obviously a substantial report. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And Nina, members, any questions or comments? Councillor Duffy.
Very well, good, Mayor. And John, thank you for that really comprehensive report. And again, a really positive report. I don't really have any questions apart from welcoming it. And particularly when we get to the end and we see the finance and the recommendations there, and we see that it has the initial funding committed has increased again, and it's now in the remit of 307 million and possibly increasing again with the 40 million that is proposed by the Economy Minister for the School of Medicine. And I absolutely welcome the progress in terms of School of Medicine. It's great that that is open for business. It is great that the ambitions around that continue to grow. And it is great to see that the Economy Minister has again demonstrated her commitment to Magee and to the university and its growth. So I think that the whole report is really comprehensive in terms of the work that our senior team are doing within council. We know that it is a massive, massive piece of work, and we have to say, we have to put on record our gratitude to the work that is ongoing, because it is going to be probably the biggest suite of projects that we will deliver as a council, and will be absolutely transformational right across the city and district. And it's good to see the advancement of the business cases and everything there. And even when you talk about some of the projects maybe being paused, that's not even a negative, because that's just in terms of how the ambition around them has actually grown, and particularly around the innovation hub and the space that had been originally identified is not now adequate to hold the ambition that we have around that project. So I think that seeing this, everything moving forward, I think the only element that we need to ensure that we get right is that public element of it, because we can talk about the projects, and even probably us as a council team aren't over every single detail of them. So sometimes for the public, the scale of everything might be difficult to take in until you see things being delivered on the ground, until you see cranes, particularly around Everington, the DNA, you find it very difficult to actually envisage what might be happening. So that public element is going to be absolutely vital. And I know probably the biggest questions that I personally get is probably around the transport strategy and that whole riverfront piece. So that is going to be absolutely key. And you did say that we have that meeting on Monday. And there's a personal question. I can't make that meeting on Monday. Is there another opportunity for us to feed in? Because I think that I would really like to have that opportunity to feed in as well some of the concerns that I have been getting, just to ensure that they're on the table. But overall, it is such a really positive report. Everything that is, all the projects are moving forward. DNA is progressing well. I do think that we would absolutely support the city centre location for the team. I think, again, that is part of probably our public facing element of it, and shows the confidence and shows the intent for delivery right across. If we can progress that, so you would have our support with that, and of course in progressing any land that we need to deliver. But overall, and I know our partners in terms of the Western Trust, DFI and the university have all been stepping up as well and providing additional money. Because everybody has the same goal and the same ambition in terms of the transformational nature of this fair city and district. So it's just good to get that update. But obviously, the public element of it is absolutely going to be key. But thank yous again for all the work that you are doing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Duffy. Next indicated, I have Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to John for a very, very detailed report. And it's clear to see how much work has gone on to City Deal over many, many years to get all of the projects to this stage. Normally, when you hear of a project being paused, it causes some alarm. But in this instance, we can understand the reason for the pause, and that is because of growth and ambition and making. I would rather that a project pauses and we get it right than we rush on just for delivery and with the project not with the ability to reach its potential. So, in terms of the pause, we can understand the rationale around that. Climbing to £307.5 million, that money just doesn't land here on its own. It's clear to see that there's been a lot of work done with every government agency that you could possibly think of to make that happen, and potentially climbing again it is great to see. I would agree with Councillor Duffy, however, around the public piece on it, because that is going to be huge, because people in our communities need to see how that they are going to benefit from this huge amount of money and all of these projects for our city and district. And I don't envy in any way, but making sure that we get that right is a vital part of all of this. In relation to the City Deal team being housed somewhere in the city centre, for us makes perfect sense. Them being housed somewhere with partners who are involved in similar projects absolutely makes sense, and for a number of reasons. But just being part of a team increases morale, encourages delivery, and everything and everyone will benefit from that. So you have our, I know, John, we've spoken about this before, but you have our support in relation to that relocation as well. I'm not going to linger on about all of this. We all know that it's good work. I think that the most important part is people in our district realising that they will benefit from this. And when people read this and see figures such as 300 odd million to 300.5, they're going to be wondering, well, that's not me. We need to make sure that it is clear that everybody will benefit from this money, and anything that we can do in that regard, we certainly will. But for now, thank you very much for all of the work that has gone on and that it will take to get these projects actually delivered. Because whilst this is very, very good news today, we understand and recognise that it's not there yet. We need to make sure that we are supporting you as officers to get all of these projects delivered on course and in the best possible standing that we can, which is why we support the pausing to ensure that every project reaches its full potential. But thank you for all the work that's gone on so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. And online I have Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to come in relation to some of the Strabane bits, and later I will talk individually about each component. But just wanted to say it's such a positive day that we can announce the amount of money that's going to come into Strabane, and not only Strabane, but Strabane Town Centre. We talk about rejuvenation of our town centres. This will be absolutely transformational, bringing a new leisure centre and the Northwest Regional College. I was just looking at some of the figures there between the City Deal, the public realm, Riverine, and the new boxing hub, which is going to come online shortly at Melvin. We're talking about around 140 million, and that's just eye-watering. And a previous speaker mentioned about, the figures appearing on the page, you may not realise, but we have never seen investment like this in our area. So it's just truly transformational. So I just wanted to put that point across. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies to John for having to leave during part of the report. I hope my queries don't, weren't already answered in the presentation. Reference pause, there's obviously a risk of project cost inflation. Is there any comment on that? And the other 2 points I was looking at was the points that you yourself, John, highlighted it towards the end, the key QU, AY, and the Strabane public realm, and the necessity of ensuring that those works can be in parallel with the other projects that are progressing. How confident are we that they can be brought into parallel with the rest of the project around them? Because I know myself, you also, Mayor, know how disruptive putting in public realm after the rest of the job has been done, how disruptive and that can be. So how confident are we that we can bring that into parallel, both the work that's necessary on the quay itself and indeed the public realm, which is an essential part of that overall public persona development within Strabane Town Centre? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, members. Thank you for your comments and support of the wider team as well, in particular. The pause and projected cost inflation is built into all of the projects with a sort of a inflationary amount for risk, for material risk, and also midpoint of the projected program. So it has been accounted for, but obviously, if decisions run on too long, then it would have to be recalculated, but there has been a sensible calculation applied to that. How confident? It's hard to answer that question. I suppose you start off, I would call it a coalition of recognition, first of all, among officer teams and central government departments, that these are important projects. Have you ever even considered them? We're beyond that point. So government departments at officer team level understand there are two important projects here. Coalition of support, they are supporting us to try and take them forward. DFI has committed finance to its design teams to scope the scale of the problem at Queen's Quay. And we hope by the end of February, they will come back to us with a projected cost and the remediation proposals. I think it's fair to say at senior officer level, we've moved beyond the point where they need to be convinced. At senior officer level, there's a complete recognition that Queen's Quay needs to be done in parallel with the City Deal project. But there's going to be a large sum of money attached to that. And obviously that will then have to go into the political system and be prioritised. Strabane's similar. At Strabane level, DFC, in particular Northwest Development Office, understand the importance of delivering a first-class public realm scheme as well as buildings. We are designing that public realm scheme. The scheme will be all brought forward as an integrated package. But again, at a certain point, it'll have to be prioritised with the wider budget. So we've moved a long way in answer to the question from these being projects that really weren't on anybody's radar to now being very fully recognised within the parent departments, but we're not at the point where there's obviously been any financial commitment to the construction cost.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and I've Alderman Kerrigan online.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me in. And to be fair, Alderman Hussey there stole my thunder a wee bit there, because I had notes down here in regards to the potential of the inflation cost there, but you've Alderman Hussey's asked the question and you've answered it. So and as I say, I do note your caveat there in regards to, it's built in to a certain extent. It just depends on the timeline, how long of a delay before that inflation figure just isn't enough. But no, we do welcome the works that and the amount of work, and I realise the amount of staff time that it has taken to get to this place, and the amount of discussions and maybe heated discussions to try and get to where we're at. And again, I know there's a massive amount of work being carried out and to be undertaken within the city itself. But I suppose from my own end of things, it's more the work in Strabane town. And it will be, as Councillor Hart has referred to, as a massive amount of investment into the town. I'd leave that part of the town there on the old Derry Road there, exceptionally busy part now with if everything comes to fruition, and it's that link up that we can get everything together, because I know it's a lot smaller scale in regards to the public realm works there that's undertaken in Castleberg, and the mayor will know and Alderman Hussey will know in regards to you get that bit of frustration from residents and shopkeepers and this and that and the other, but it will be, if all this comes to fruition there, it will be a massive improvement into that part of the town in Strabane, and it will be a real boost to the town. And again, the works to be undertaken in the city also, like, so no, just to welcome it, and as I say, you've already answered the question that was asked just before I got in. So in that regard, I am content at this stage with the direction of traffic as it is. But thank you very much, Mayor Flyman, and do thank you for the report so far. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan, and Councillor Raymond Barr online.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to Strabane, Mayor, I would endorse what Councillor Hart said, especially when he says we in Strabane have never seen such investment in the town. It's long overdue, it's well deserved, it's obviously very welcome. I'd also like to convey my appreciation to all council officers and indeed anyone involved for continued work on the projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barr. I have no other indicated speakers, members, so that takes us to item. Sorry, Anna.
Just one very final point, just in terms of the appreciation of the teams. I want to acknowledge the partners, because it's the partners teams also, and it's very much that joined up working, and Strategic Investment Board, because they've been a valuable asset in terms of the work we've done to date. So look forward to working with them all going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anna. So item 9 then is the Strategic Leisure Capital Update, and it's Strabane Leisure Centre first, and that's been taken by Karen and Barry.
Okay, members, the focus really of the next number of slides is really just to give you an update where we are in terms of the progress of the Strabane Leisure Build, and for you specifically to consider the detail of the facility mix and endorse that as part of the wider recommendations in the report at a later stage this afternoon. As referenced in the previous slides from Una and John, whilst the Leisure Centre is part of CityDeal, it's been progressed under a separate ICT team. And that design team, having been appointed just prior to Christmas, have been working and undertaking a detailed review of the previous design proposals. I suppose we're moving to a stage of transformation from a very well-loved 1970s leisure provision to something that is really going to be state-of-the-art and out there with really high-quality facilities. So the facility mix that is being referenced today is at 310 in your report, and that's looking at the shift from just simply being a specific leisure sports centre to being a whole type of community wellbeing hub, with that wider focus on sport, but also on the health aspect of lives. And that fits in very well with the demographic shift of our community, particularly towards a growing and older population. So the aim here is obviously to provide a betterment to the facilities to make sure there's an additionality for the local community. So in addition to the standard swimming pool, there will be some leisure water for children and young people, the training pool, the gym, spa, squash, cafe, flexible spaces for your types of software programmings like your Pilates and yoga, and spin studios. So as we're bearing in mind the focus on this facility and the likely lifespan of this facility, we're looking very much at how we make it inclusive, and we're engaging with Disability Sport NI as part of the detailed design review to ensure that the best provision is made in that regard. As referenced in some of the councillor contributions, the Melvin Sports Hub has been extended by a 3-court sports hall, whilst principally for gymnastics and boxing. It obviously has the capacity to cater for other sporting activity. And we hope that by March, that facility will be about to come into operation. So that's extending, I suppose, the dry-based provision through sports halls on a different site. Consultation, again, has been referenced earlier. It's been very positive to date. If not, people are particularly excited, and I think that we're actually now moving towards the new provision. So having done some initial consultation work back in 2024, we're going to bring a further paper to members which really sets out what we're going to do in terms of engaging with the local community, having that buy-in right across the community, and reaching out beyond what might be our normal sort of delivery catchment for the leisure centre, because obviously we have the capacity to draw users from right across the district, but also on a cross-border basis. So two key issues emerged, I suppose, during the initial phases of the consultation. The first was really a representation around the need for an 8-lane pool, the standard being a 6-lane 25-metre pool in most traditionally built leisure centres, and the inclusion of squash facilities. So it's been a bit of a challenging process for the design team, but given that they are new, they've had an opportunity to re-examine our proposals, and fortunately they have now been able to accommodate those enhanced facilities on the site. It has required some reworking, I suppose, of the footprint of the building and the scale of the building. And if we move to the next slide, you will start to see the nature of the proposed elevations and access to the site as such. So development sits at the northern end of the SCORE site to the rear of the former DFI building, and it's going to be coexisting on that site alongside the new Northwest Regional College. So the materials are not yet decided. So what we've tried to do in the slides is really sort of just give you a reflection of how we might incorporate a reference to the industrial heritage of the site. As you know, it was previously a canal. I suppose positively, the outcome of that design review is that we can accommodate the 8-lane pool by adding an additional storey, making the pool really at an elevated first floor level, which is sort of at the Derry Road level. But the, I suppose, negative to that is that we need to remove the elevated viewing to the pool. There will still be down on pool level viewing, but there'll be no elevated viewing to the pool. So the Otters Swimming Club, who have been sort of the primary contributors to this debate, have indicated that this would be an acceptable compromise on their part. And we're engaging on a wider basis with Swim Ireland on the strategic development of swimming and how we could grow the capacity of the swimming to accommodate, for example, regional galas and other types of training activity. Also positively, squash can be accommodated on the upper levels adjacent to the gym with the two-court provision, glass court provision, as opposed to the traditional type of squash facilities. In terms of cost and programme, from the earlier city deal presentation, members will recognise that there are a number of risks associated with the wider sort of interdependency of the three buildings in the Strabane area. Our teams have been working very hard in looking at the transport infrastructure, the utilities, the site constraints, and progressing the land acquisition. So a lot has been done, I suppose, to mitigate against those risks. And subject to the resolution of all of those, the assessed capital budget at this point stands at 42,305,209, and that includes the 8-lane pool provision and the squash provision. So design development, while still at an early stage, has been sufficiently developed at this stage to give us the confidence that we will hopefully be able to go for statutory pre-planning engagement late spring, early summer. And the reported stage, or point 48, sets out really what the next steps in that process is going to be. So obviously, with, as referenced earlier, the demolition being the first element of that. So members, that sort of concludes the update on where we are with the Strabane Leisure site. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I have Councillor Hart online.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Karen, for that update. In the late 70s, when I was in primary school, I learned to swim in Riversdale. So it just shows you, how long the road that we've travelled to come to this part in the journey of leisure provision in Strabane. And it's often the saying that people don't believe it until they see diggers on the ground. So it's refreshing now that you've spoken about, you know, the demolition of that building and the hoarding that will go up, will reflect probably the, you know, the visual aspects of what the new Riversdale replacement will look like. So it's a positive update, the work that's been completed to date, and it now, as you say, equates to 42,305,000. From the outset, I and Sinn Féin colleagues have met with key stakeholders in relation to the design and the layout of the new complex. And as you mentioned, one group that has been key in these discussions is the Riversdale Otters Swimming Club from Strabane. Now, I was in a meeting well over a year ago, the local partnership, where they did a presentation where they were discussing 6-lane to an 8-lane. And at that time, myself and my colleague Paul Boggs says we would do all in our power to explore those ideas. They were fearful that, you know, currently that they would have to, if they had ran a competition, that they would have to go outside of Strabane. So there's been hard work from my colleague Paul Boggs in conjunction with the Otters Club that we've got to this point. And in essence, it demonstrates how effective we can be when we work together in the early design phases with key interest groups and fulfilling as much as possible of the key asks. It may not be possible all the time, but this is one time where it's demonstrated working with the stakeholders, the Otters and council officers. So also want to welcome the facility mix in section 3.10 of the report. And I look forward to the project moving to pre-planning engagement in the summer of 2026. So again, it's another brilliant day for Strabane, and in particular Strabane Town Centre. As I mentioned earlier, with the footfall this is going to bring into the town centre, it's going to be transformational and rejuvenating the town centre. You know, people will come in and use the new leisure centre. They will stay in the town. They'll use the cafes and shops. So thanks again for the update.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thanks for the report. It's progressing well. See the monies continue to rise and rise and rise. But I hope that doesn't be an obstacle somewhere down the line. And again, I would very much welcome that the consultation process has seemed to have delivered its purpose: consult, take on board, and possibly redesign. So I think that the process of consultation was very worthwhile. And I say that for a number of reasons. Like, obviously, the Otters has been the sort of mainstay of Riversdale for many, many years. But I attended a meeting last week of the small businesses, and we were very much saying that footfall Strabane Town has severely dropped off. But when I look at, for example, the Foyle Cup in the summer, and Strabane participated in the Foyle Cup, there was enormous footfall compared to what was normal for a week. So, like, if we're having this new leisure centre and we're being strategic and we're allowing for wider regional competitions, once, twice, 3 times a year, we might see the same thing of increased footfall across Strabane that would very much, this council would send a message out and saying, we are supporting the small businesses, the small retailers, the small cafes by being strategic and bringing more people into Strabane Town, not only the locals, but across the island of Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Karen, for the report. As you know yourself, it's a long time in fruition, this, going back into the legacy council days, etc., and an extremely welcome report coming forward. Councillor Gallagher has referred there to locals using the facility, but I would envisage that you know, when we talk about local in Strabane, you're probably talking Strabane town, but we now have a facility located in an area that could possibly be more attractive to a lot of the rural population to actually come in and use that facility. So it sort of does the same thing as Councillor Geller is referring to there, increases football, bringing it in to the town centre. One thing I did notice, looking through the plans, etc., am I right in thinking it doesn't have what I would call a main hall? You know, the basketball type hall that many leisure centres would have, reference badminton, etc. Maybe I'm reading the plans wrong. And perhaps then, is it a case that that sort of provision would be envisaged at Melbourne as opposed to within this particular facility in the town centre? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey and Alderman Kerrigan online.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me in. And it is good to see this project moving further forward. And again, it'll be good to see that space used and in that location. I suppose it'll be it might be maybe a good problem at some stage that we could have issues with the amount of car parking and the canal basin due to the use of that area. But it's great to see it. It's great to see it, and hopefully, as Alderman Russell's touched on as well, you know, when you speak to a lot of people in our area around Castleberg and around Newton, you know, a lot of those people went home to learn to swim. They didn't go to the bath. You know, and I know that even with a lot of ones that I spoke to even recently in regards to, you know, that was the chat. You know, it was all to Oma and the look towards Oma. So as I say, hopefully this new facility then, and that we will have capacity, because this will be the only leisure centre with a pool and the old Strabane District Council area. So as I say, it's a large geographical, large rural area, and it's getting them in and to make use of the facility when it's there. But no, I have a preference in regards to the brickwork, but we'll leave that for another day. But as I say, it's great to see it that way. But there's a well. We're not complaining too much, as the man says. We're getting a new leisure centre, and that's on our end. There's a right wee bit of a difference, to be fair, between the spend on the two. But we'll take it where we're getting it. But thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me in.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. I've no other allocated speakers, Mayor, so I'll pass back to Karen.
Sorry, Councillor Hussey, yeah, no, you're reading the drawings correctly. The reason for the extension, we already have a 4-court hall at Melbourne, so we've added a further 3-court. So that really will become our indoor-based sports facility.
Thanks for that, Mayor. Thanks, Karen.
Okay, members, we'll take item 9 now, which is the strategic leisure capital update. Sorry, item 10 for Templemore Leisure Centre. And again, that's from Karen and Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. Members, we don't have as many slides on this one or as many visuals. You'll see within your report and within the slides, we've only recently appointed a design team in early December for Templemore. So we've had our pre-start meeting in advance of Christmas, and they have started preliminary design work. And you'll see within the first slide there, both our centres, Strabane and the new Templemore, we have a towards net zero design principles fully embedded within in the design process. So both our centres are going to follow passive house principles, and that should provide significant savings on running costs for both of the new buildings when they're opened. Members, you'll be aware that we have been progressing the works around this for the last number of years. We're 4 or 5 months a difference between the appointment of the 2 design teams, and when we present further reports to you, you'll see the detail around the programme. But we have been engaging with a number of user groups that currently use Templemore, the main one being City of Derry Swimming Club. There's an ongoing consultation with them over the last number of years, and they have agreed, and you'll see within the master plan, to a 50 metre by 17 metre main pool, Olympic sized, and that's been agreed with the club. And they've also had some input into the high level master plan. You also see within the master plan, which is on the second slide, members, if we could just move on to the second slide, the pitch layout has been optimised in line with our pitches strategy. And this is
This is a general master plan that the officer team we've developed this over the last 8, 9, 10 months in order to inform the design team we're not saying that this particular layout is set in stone, but that's something that we've been working on to try and address our pitches shortfall. So you'll see there's a combination, members, of grass, synthetic, and across a number of codes on the outdoor provision. You'll also see, members, you'll be aware of previous reports that we brought into committee. The outlined lands in blue, I'm not sure if you can see that on the screen, but the triangle shaped piece in blue up the top right hand side, that there's a process currently underway for entering into the disposal process for those lands, and there'll be further update reports coming into Health and Community Committee. Members, you'll see also with regards to the cost, based on the developed master plan and subject to resolution of the significant project risks within your report, the current capital budget for the Templemore project is £100,770,727. And also there's an indicative planning target to submit a planning application at the tail end of late 2026. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for that, Barry. Councillor Duffy.
Gormugget, Mayor, and Gormugget, Barry. I think I have said quite a lot on Templemore over many years, so it's really good and positive to have this report in front of us today, where we have a design team appointed. We have sort of an outline of what the plans look like. We have an outline of what we want to see contained within Templemore. It has been something that has been so long in coming. When I came into council in 2014, it was something that we had talked about then, but we then stopped talking about it because the cost had spiraled. We had no way of getting to that point where we could actually afford to get this strategic leisure project over the line. But thankfully, with the agreement of the 1.5% on the rates, the funding package around the airport, it has all contributed to us being able to get to this point here where we can actually see the delivery of a brand new state-of-the-art strategic leisure project at the site of Templemore Sports Complex. I know from talking to people within the city, they are really excited about this project, and particularly some of the user groups, particularly as you say, the swimming clubs, but also some of the athletics clubs as well, who are looking for enhanced race tracks, people who are using the gym, who use the gym on a really regular basis, but really want that state-of-the-art fitness suite attached to it. So we are really excited to see this taking shape, and I look forward to engaging more with the design team and seeing more consultation with the local community and with the local groups in relation to how it all shapes up. But it's great as well that it is trying to address some of the pitch deficit that we have identified for so long within the city too. So it's ticking a lot of boxes. I'm really excited, and to see it possibly being submitted for planning by the end of this year, again, shows the intent and shows it moving forward. So look, this is a really positive meeting today, and for me personally, this is a really positive report, and I really look forward to going out and sharing the details and the information contained within it with the public and people that I have been engaging with over many years around the need for a new state-of-the-art sports facility at Templemore. So thank you again for all the work that has taken place. I know that there has been a lot of work going on behind the scenes and engagement. So Barry and Karen, thank you very much, and thank you to the teams who have been involved. Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Alderman Hussey.
Just a brief query. Relative to the plan that's here, where is the Derry City Academy proposal relative to that?
Through yourself, Mayor, there's a expression of interest process, Alderman Hussey, that we're currently undertaking, so we haven't got a preferred bidder. Derry City, you're right, did approach the council in terms of taking lands, but there's a live process at the minute. But within the diagram that you'll see on the screen, I'm not sure if you can see it, there's a area, it's like triangular shaped, highlighted at the top right hand side. It's that blue bit at the very top right hand side. Those are lands that we have deemed are suitable for disposal if we receive a proper fair bidder.
That's useful. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I did forget to mention around consultation, there will be a full public consultation exercise, and it'll also be consultation around the planning process, but we do plan members over the next couple of months to engage directly with individual user groups and members to help them shape our thoughts as the design is evolving. So there will be a public consultation, but we'll also be engaging directly with our customer base as well over the next number of months. Thanks, Brian. Just bring in the Chief Executive here.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing me in. Just to highlight as well, and it's captured by Karen and Barry in the main body of the report, the vast range of facilities that are proposed to be incorporated within the new building. So we have highlighted obviously the major new development, which is the 50-metre pool, but also the separate leisure and teaching pool, the toddler pool, the water recreation facilities. All of that is currently built into the cost scheme. An 8-court sports hall, the refurbishment of the running track, the squash courts, all of that is built in. And also built in to the current estimate are all of those various new pitches. And just to point out, it's not just the triangular piece. There's a sort of a rectangular piece to the left of the triangular piece that is also part of those potential surplus lands. But hard to orientate yourself on that site in terms of the existing site. The big shaded dark space in the middle is the proposed new leisure centre. The current leisure centre lies to the right of that. So this master plan has been developed so that the current leisure centre will continue to operate until the new leisure centre is open. And the road layout around that has all been configured for that to happen. So while Barry has indicated that the ICT has just been appointed prior to Christmas, there has been a very, very substantial amount of design work done in preparation for the ICT taking up its appointment. They are not at a standing start. They will be inheriting all of this pre-design work and taking it beyond that point. So we're much further ahead than just the appointment of an ICT.
Thanks for that, John. I have Councillor Tierney next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Barry and Karen for this report. I spoke to someone recently about the new Templemore Sports Complex, and their reply was, "I'll believe it when I see it." And I think that's the wider feeling that's out there because this project has been on the books for so long. So to see it moving to potential planning stage at the end of this year would be a huge step forward for the project, but it will be also a huge boost of confidence as well for people out there who are looking forward to seeing this. I'm actually quite glad that John explained the wide range of activities that can take place at this site, because a lot of our people would have had to travel outside of this council area to take part or to enjoy some of the recreational facilities that we will have in the new Templemore Sports Complex. Whilst it will be a huge draw, I believe, for attracting people in from Donegal and from neighbouring council areas here in the north, it will also be a state-of-the-art facility right in the heart of our city and district, which offers activities for people here as well. And I think that that's a huge achievement. When you look, for example, and we've talked about it many times in committee in terms of the pitches and the lack of pitches that we have, and we're able to incorporate that in. I look forward to further papers coming in terms of the wider detail in the layout and the design and all of that process. I also look forward to the conclusion of the expression of interest piece as well, to see how that ties in with the new facilities at Templemore. This is something which I think is really, really exciting. I'm sure every councillor gets questions about Templemore, but particularly when you come from a Ballyarnett perspective, they seem to be a lot more intense because people in that particular part of our city and district live right next to it. They want to see it. It's there within their own area, and they're looking forward to it. So to see something like this at the cost that it's coming in at is exciting, I believe, for the city and district, but particularly in Ballyarnett is incredibly exciting, and hopefully something in terms of the sports offering that we have in that part of the city, maybe we could add on to it in future years to come. But for now, I suppose the concentration is on the delivery of Templemore Sports Complex, and we certainly look forward to seeing it and engaging with officers and the ICT team in the months and years ahead. But thank you very much for the update. Thank you. Oops.
Thanks for that, Councillor Tierney and Councillor Jackson.
Good Mayor, and I know from listening to Councillor Duffy since she's been on the council, I know only too well how important Templemore is. I knew anyway, but I couldn't not be aware now. And we're going to have to, once we get this delivered, Sandra's going to have to find something else to levy on, but I've no doubt she will. But it was just in relation to the land disposal part, because, and I know there's nothing finalised, and there's a whole lot of projects that are interconnected, as John outlined at the very beginning. But when the potential proposal for the land disposal complements what we're doing, and you can see that what is a hugely exciting project becomes even more exciting when you think that the potential it has to improve sporting offerings within our city and district. So it was the focus on that part. I know Alderman Hussey specifically asked the question in relation to it, but it was to highlight the fact that what we're doing and then working with partners, we can actually improve and what's on offer, and that is again emphasising that need for partnership working. And like the whole paper that's presented today is like a massive jigsaw where, and we can see the pieces slotting together. And without moving on to the paper in relation to the stadium, we did have discussions with the Darien District Football Association, and they were highlighting their needs and aspirations. And with the increased provision of pitches within the layout that's in front of us today, could we be engaging with all stakeholders, including the Saturday Morning League and the D&D, to look at what provision we can, or if there's any way that we can tweak or improve the provision that's in front of us today that could meet the needs of those organisations, because it was something that was featured heavy at that meeting. But it's an exciting project. It's been an exciting project for some time. I have no surprise that our both strategic leisure projects will get widespread support in this chamber, and that is good to see. But we didn't get here by accident. No, we got here because there was a funding strategy in place. We had a vision, and we worked to get us over that line. We're not there yet, and we can scream and shout and praise the plans and the aspirations, but we still need to make decisions to get the funding in place. And I hope that that people remember the importance of that and the importance of these projects as we move through the coming weeks, because sometimes that seems to go out the window when the difficult decisions need to be taken in relation to how we're actually going to pay for things. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Jackson. I have no other indicated speakers. Does Karen or Barry wish to add anything else?
Mayor, just in response to Councillor Jackson, we have already, I know you don't want to go into the next papers yet, but we have engaged since the last meeting with a number of stakeholders around this, and we will be following up with individual meetings around the provision of pitches, both training and match day, and you'll see within the pack and also within the master plan, the smaller scale spectator seating, within the swilly pitches, part of the plans as part of the refurbishment of the running track, etc. So we will be engaging with individual user groups like the D&D around all of those facility mixed provisions. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Barry. And just before we go for a wee comfort break, I'm going to bring the Chief Executive in.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And just members, to build on what Barry has said, in particular the comments around the partnership working with the third party lands, for want of a better term. Really, really important that we continue to try to work in a joined up way around that. And a lot of work has been going on, as is outlined in the paper by Barry, to ensure that the processes start to align, so that we hopefully will be making an appointment of a preferred partner with those lands roughly at the same time as we're trying to develop our master plan. There is no way that two separate, completely distinct planning applications are going to be able to navigate the complexity of the issues that are associated with the development of these lands. And if there is a note of caution, it's just to remember that in addition to the huge financial hurdle of this, there are massive technical hurdles still to be overcome, massive planning hurdles with regard to traffic, sewerage, wastewater, all of those things, particularly capacity on the A2 Buncrana Road and issues associated with that. Again, we've tried to preempt that by the pre-appointment of traffic consultants who are working with us and the master plan together with Frank and his team to look at internal road layouts that begin to alleviate those sorts of issues. But, it's not every day of the week, members, that we take forward £100 million project. So this project in itself is absolutely enormous and very, very complex. But it's very, very gratifying to be at this stage, at this time, given the demand and need for such a project. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, John. And members, will take a comfort break and I'll ask you to reconvene at 4:15. Okay. Okay, members, we'll reconvene here now for the second part of our meeting. So we have item 11, which is the proposal for pitch replacement, the Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium. And I'm going to pass over to Karen and Barry again for this item.
Thanks, Mayor. Members, you'll be aware that the existing 3G pitch was installed in February 2018. And we have briefed you that we achieved UEFA certification in September last year. But for the first time in the pitch shelf life, there was 2 retests required and an extensive spend on maintenance in order to achieve that. And advice received from our specialist, while they have not put this in writing, is that the pitch is unlikely to pass the certification for European football next year. The FAI over recent years as well, with consultation with all their member clubs and in recent meetings with council and Derry City Football Club, they've talked about phasing out 3G services in domestic football. Future European ban also on the use of rubber chrome infill, and Karen and myself were actually having a discussion on possible alternatives, which there is no answer in that as yet. So a like-for-like replacement going forward will be unsuitable at the Brandywell for elite competition. And you'll be aware, members, we have currently no budget allocated to replace the existing pitch surface. The football club have proposed to install a hybrid pitch at the club's expense. And the recent figures around that is that it's somewhere circa £1.4 million. And with one of this hybrid type surface, the maximum use will be somewhere in the region of 8 to 10 hours per week, and a lot of that will be weather dependent on the type of activities and training or games that take part on that surface. Just move to the next slide there, please. So you'll see, members, members will be aware that they're around, with their user groups, the pitch is used between 20 and 25 hours a week. And with a hybrid pitch at the Brandywell, that's substantially reduced to 8 to 10 hours a week of play. We've had a number of consultation meetings with user groups and staff in July and November, and we also had a number of follow-up meetings with user groups in December and January. Some elected members were involved with a couple of stakeholder groups in January as well at those user groups' request. So you'll see within your paper that there's alternative options and locations, and these have all been presented for each user group in the event of displacement, in the event that members do make a decision to go forward with a hybrid pitch. And we have found alternative locations for all user groups. You'll see in previous papers in Health and Communities Committee, members, that we have 3 new 3G pitch surfaces, one at Foyle Arena, a resurface at Bishop's Field, and a resurface at Leafer. Work has actually started this week on the Foyle Arena 3G. The contractor's been on site this week. So those are the locations we're proposing for displaced users, as well as our new Daisy Field facility. We're extending opening hours to a Sunday, and that will, particularly for our Ballymore Football Club, they'll be able to avail of that. The cost, members have previously highlighted. You'll see in the third slide, has been estimated by the football club and their specialists at 1.4 million. Council, the running cost in the 24-25 financial year was just under 600,000 for the Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium. Grounds maintenance schedule for the new pitch and discussions we've had with the football club would become the sole responsibility of the football club. There's a specialised maintenance regime for a hybrid pitch, and there would be a saving for council on that. Obviously, members, if there was no 3G pitch at the facility as well as displacement, income would be significantly affected. We currently generate around £60,000 per annum at present, and that would reduce, obviously, if the new hybrid pitch would proceed. Happy to take any questions, Mayor.
Thanks very much for that, Barry. Members? Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, can somebody clarify the current situation of Derry City Football Club at the Ryan McBride Stadium vis-a-vis when the application was going in for the football fund? We talked in terms of a long-term lease. as opposed to them, as opposed to council putting in because of the contribution that would be required vis-a-vis the grant coming from the strategic funding. Was that enacted, or what is the current position of the club? Are they on a long-term lease? It's theirs basically, or not?
Alderman, I'll bring the chief executive on there just.
So mindful that Philip's also down the back, so maybe correct me if I'm wrong. The current status with the club is exactly as it has previously been at this moment in time. It's a 1-year lease. There are discussions ongoing with DFC with respect, as per the previous mandate from a paper that we brought into committee in and around the funding application. There are discussions going on with DFC in terms of how that might be extended to a minimum 25-year, if not longer. But the current situation is as it has always been. The club lease the ground on a 1-year basis.
Appreciate that clarification.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Good morning. Thanks, Barry, for the report. And I suppose it lays it out very clearly that it's been the topic of conversation for quite some time. We know that the surface is reaching the end of its life, particularly for elite sports. So there is an impediment on council to be looking at the replacement surface. One of the things, and I just want, I know we're not looking for a decision at this point, but I just wanted to highlight the benefits that we're currently currently coming about as a result of that partnership working that's been strengthened. Because, like, if we're talking about the stadium, we can't ignore the fact that there's been a significant investment from the club for the North Stand, and it has seriously increased the match day experience. It's created the opportunity for a lot more people to be coming along and watching their local teams. And it's not just Derry City. The benefits extend beyond that, including Institute and hopefully Science Buffs ladies. So there's a wider benefit from that partnership working, and it's going back to the earlier conversation. But we do know that while we're replacing the surface, it's not a longer term vision if we're replacing it with a surface that could potentially be phased out, that we're aware. There's conversations that it's being phased out. So the report lays it very clear in relation to the options that are available to us. But the big thing that I wanted to emphasize is the engagement, the partnership working with the clubs has council have benefited from that significantly. The people of our city and district have benefited from that significantly. And if we move forward with, if this committee or this council decide to move forward with the hybrid pitch, the facilities at the pitch, at the stadium will increase significantly. So there's huge benefits in relation to this. It'll certainly go down well with Derry City and Institute fans, because the surface has been a bone of contention for quite some time. It could help attract higher quality players. No, and I'm saying that in the knowledge of recent signings and the excitement that's generated. But there's a buzz about the place at the minute, and this is there's an opportunity here for council to be working with the club to improve the facilities, further improve the facilities, and I suppose create longer term security in relation to Derry City's home at the Brandywell, because doing anything other than a short term fix puts the future of Derry City at the Brandywell in jeopardy, or at least puts a question over that. And I can say it as a Derry City fan. I would be heartbroken to see the club move to another. They haven't forced to move to another stadium in a longer term basis. So there's a solution here that's come about from the partnership that's been developed within the club. I would love to see that partnership develop between the club and council even further as we move towards what Alderman Hussey has alluded to, and again let council, because we've got huge ambitions in relation to delivering for grassroots sporting organisations. We've seen the delivery of Daisy Field, we've seen the delivery of the Waterside Share Village, and Barry, you've outlined the current capital improvements that are commenced or are very soon to be commenced. So there's a role the council can do as well. They ensure that we increase provision for grassroots clubs, whilst ensuring that those category A, tier A clubs, senior clubs, have facilities that are fit for purpose, and that they have facilities that we're proud of. So it's a very welcome report, and I look forward to us taking a decision on it, and I suppose giving the club supporters and all users sort of a bit of certainty going forward, or a bit of clarity going forward in relation to what the longer term plans will look like. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Barry, for the report. Don't really have a question, it's just more of a comment. I think we all accept that the current service at the Brandywell has a very, very limited lifespan. And if we were to replace like with like, that's going to fall foul of future FAI and UEFA standards. So we would support the introduction of a hybrid playing service. I think it's a sound decision in terms of future-proofing that ground. We think it's good news that Derry City Football Club are going to fund this, the tune of £1.5 million nearly. And we think it is also good news that all the current users of that ground, that alternative playing pitches have been sourced. So we think this is good news all around. Good for the Brandywell, good for the users, and good for the footballing community across this city and district. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Farrell. Any officers have anything further to add? No.
Yep. Very briefly.
Chief Executive, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate, members, once we get to the recommendations piece, that should you decide to progress with option B, which is the club developing hybrid pitch. We've also built in a number of recommendations in consultation with Philip to advance the legals around that, the development agreement elsewhere. This won't be a case of coming back with a further report. Should that decision be taken tonight, the club are in the process of about to push the button on the ordering of materials to advance the contract. They're waiting on this decision tonight, but I just want to make it very clear to members that this will not be subject to a further decision. The decision on this, should you wish to proceed, is tonight's decision.
Alderman Hussey.
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm assuming that the maintenance issue will actually save council in the region of £600,000 per year. Is that correct?
Yep, through you, Mayor, the figures are outlined in the paper. But there is an income adjustment that has to be made to those figures, and I think we need to work that through in further detail before we finalise that.
Okay, thanks for that, everybody. So item 12 is the Melvin Arena upgrade, and it's Karen and Barry again.
Members, the proposal with regard to the Melvin facilities, and that's the arena pitch, which, as you'll recollect, was updated in 2020, is to install floodlighting on the grass pitch. The previous works had considered the inclusion of floodlighting, but for a variety of reasons, including planning and timing and meeting the NIFL qualifying timelines for the club, it was omitted from delivery at that particular stage. So the floodlighting has now been revisited, and following members' requests, there's an estimated cost of around 380k for development of the floodlighting. That requires an uplift in the approved capital budget of 255k, an uplift of 130k, that is. So it's viewed as a positive development, allowing for women's Premiership football to be played there, and for a later game kick-off to be also possible. Future development of the site in terms of its further capacity in terms of upgrade has only initially been scoped, and that's been a sort of paper exercise looking at the criteria for football grounds as they stand at the moment. So there's no proposal to do further works at this point other than the floodlighting. And there is a rough working estimate of what those additional works might take. At £1 million, there needs to be a further assessment of the feasibility and capacity of the grounds, and that is work that officers will undertake in parallel with the development of the floodlights. Thanks, members.
Thanks for that, Karen. I have Councillor Hart online indicated.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Karen, for the update. Just looking at some of the figures here. 255,000 was secured last year and was supported by Sinn Féin councillors and some others. The allocation now is an additional 130,000 for the installation of the floodlights as per recommendations 5.1, which, as you say, would take the monies up to 385,000. We need to see the floodlights move forward and progress swiftly. The wider upgrade of the arena for all sporting clubs is important, and we therefore ask council officers to progress with a further feasibility study on further enhancements at the arena. We will continue to work with officers and stakeholders to see plans and work progress at pace. So thank you, Karen, for the update.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. I think following on, I'm one of the others. And I've been working along with council officers on this a very long time, since I got first elected. And very much and identifying the need for this capital works on the site. I think that this site is, it has the potential to be very much the jewel in the crown for the users that use it. And as Karen says, we had a bit of a master plan for the site, but unfortunately we hadn't got the money at that time. And there was a lot of negotiations done, people in mind. And here we were in this chamber, and then we had to go in the back room, we were in this room, there were a lot of negotiations done. And a lot of that was to facilitate one of the main users. But we always kept on the agenda the floodlights. And no further away than last year, year before, I think, I brought a motion to get it back on the agenda. And thankfully, this was agreed. Mayor, like 2 weeks ago, we've seen some negative press on this. And in my opinion, it was very unfair press. I think it was ill-informed. And I think it gave the impression to the people of Strabane that this wasn't going to happen, which is very far from the truth. if people had been knowing and engaging with officers, they would have been up to speed of exactly where this was. That we just didn't have enough money. Officers couldn't proceed until getting approval from this council for extra money, which is why this report is in. This report also has got foresight in it. It's saying there's additional capital works that we need to bring forward to make this the site that it should be. So I think it was very unfair when some of the user groups were talking, saying this is not happening, when some of the moves were made to facilitate them. So I think it was wrong, and excuse the pun, but I think some people were in the dark. I think today's meeting will shine some light on this, that this floodlights is going to happen because we're going to make it happen. And when it comes to the recommendations, I am very happy to make a recommendation to this council, support the extra money and tell people of Strabane these floodlights are happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Gallagher for his enlightening contribution. The issue of floodlighting, as Councillor Gallagher says, has been there for some considerable time, and it is something that has to be resolved. And I have no issue with the floodlighting on the basis that it is not going in for the benefit of just one club. It's going in to facilitate. It's going in to facilitate multi-use on that particular site. The part of the report where I do have a difficulty is when we come to 3.3 and all of those other issues that have been identified with the scoping exercise, because I could take you to 4 clubs that I know of personally who have their own grounds, and they have the same wish list, the exact same wish list as is there. And that's what it is. It's a wish list, and it's a necessary wish list for the requirements, the criteria of the various governing bodies of sport. So, you know, unless council is prepared to move and assist other clubs who have and maintain their own facilities, and I'm not just talking about association football here, I'm talking about sports clubs in general. We just need to be careful about the direction we go. Do we move forward and support the desires of one club on a council facility vis-a-vis other clubs who have manfully gone ahead and provided their own facilities? Should it be the Gaelic club in Castlereagh, the football club in Castlereagh, the football club in Newton Stewart, wherever, Sigerson's in Strabane, who, you know, they push on and do those things themselves. So with regard to the floodlighting, totally agree, and it has been there for a long time. Has to be, you know, it's been promised, so let's deliver on the promise with that particular issue. And there was adverse press around the fact that a club was not able to play its postponed fixture later in the week because it was an evening fixture. But those are my only comments, and I support, with regard to the floodlighting, that should be something that is initiated at the earliest. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for that, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Hart is looking back in online. Go ahead, Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. And it's just the reference to Councillor Gallagher's comment about others. And yes, indeed, Councillor Gallagher, you're one of the others. And it's important to recognise the work that you have done and other councillors have done on this issue, because it's an issue that transcends all political parties and none. And it's important that we get this over the line. And I just would like to mention in the previous mandate of the last council, I think it was my previous council colleague, Michaela Boyle, that brought the initial motion to get the floodlights installed here. But regardless of who it is, I think, as a collective, and I didn't hear any dissenting voices there. It's important that we get this floodlights installed, so as people have said, that all sporting bodies that use that facility can avail of it. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor Hart.
Chair, on accuracy, is that Michaela Boyd as opposed to Michelle, I think you said?
Yeah, Michaela Boyd, yeah. Okay, no further comments from officers on that item? No. So members, that takes us to item 14, which is item 13 is the banned public realm update. And that has been taken again by the patiently waiting Karen Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the purpose of this report is to provide members with an update on the Strabane Public Realm project. Members, you will be aware of this project from various reports to committee, with the total value of the project sitting at 6.9 million, 90% funded by DFC and 10% funded by council. The project is, as you know, a public realm project, includes new road and footway surfaces, streetlights, furniture along the following key streets: Derry Road, Market Street, Castle Street, Abercorn Square and Railway Street in Strabane. Members, the project has been developed and managed jointly by our E&R and our capital teams. And members, the construction procurement has been ongoing. That's now complete, and we hope to appoint the contractor in the next couple of weeks. We do anticipate the beginning of the project on site during mid to late spring this year, with anticipated completion of the project next winter 2027. Members, there's ongoing engagement with relevant stakeholders, particularly in relation to the businesses within Strabane Town Centre. So members, I'm happy to take any comments or any questions that members have in relation to that.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor Hart online.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Karen. And I seem to be speaking in quite a bit today. My colleague Paul Boggs is away to the dentist, so he might have covered some of these topics, but it's actually a good thing that we're speaking quite a bit about the different projects. It just shows what is happening in the town. So this is a long-awaited project for business and local people, 7.3 million. So I welcome that the contractor is appointed now in the coming weeks, with construction to follow very shortly. And it's important that continued engagement is needed with stakeholders. A public engagement officer is a welcome addition in the tender document. As we know, the disruption that this will cause up until winter 2027. So anything that we can do to alleviate the disruption to business has to be welcome. So again, another welcome announcement. So thanks again to officers and all those involved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. And again, this is one of the buses. There's another bus landing in Strabane Square, and we've actually creating accommodating space for that. But and again, there was a couple of false dawns in this one. We planning a couple of times. We funding, we storming, moving the goalposts. Where we had to fight. I mean, we put in 5%, then we had to find another 5%. So going back to what Councillor Hussey was saying earlier, there is ratepayers' money in this capital works. And again, the small businesses that are under pressure, as we all know, if this goes anywhere to try and increase a positive image for Strabane Town, if this goes some way of increasing footfall for Strabane Town, this can only be a good thing. I would caveat with some saying you have to break eggs in this. If you want a proper cake, we have to crack eggs. So there's going to be some upset, and that I would urge traders to try and work with it as best they can. It's going to be in phases. Try and not upset everybody all the time for the whole period. And as best we can, elected reps can help facilitate some of that, do some engagement, do some working with the contractors on site, on the street, and hopefully it'll get done and dusted as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Geller. All you need now is a tourist coach. Never mind the buses.
Sorry, Mayor, you're wrong. What you need is a product for the people on the coach to come to.
Yeah. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second time I've spoken on this item this month, which is, I don't normally speak on Strabane stuff, but this was an ENR earlier this month. So really welcome news, significant investment for Strabane Town Centre. It's going to result in first-class public realm, revitalised, reimagined, regenerated town centre. So we look forward to moving into the delivery phase in spring and completion late next year. So really great news.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Want to bring Karen on here just?
Yep, sorry, members, just before we finish, just to let you know that we have been developing, if you like, a fly through to show what it actually is going to look like, which we intend to use at the public consultation events in the coming weeks. So we will make that available to members as soon as it's ready in the next week or so.
Thanks, Karen. And just see you have Alderman Kerrigan online there. Go ahead, Keith.
No, just briefly, Mayor, just to welcome it and to say it'll be good to see this started and this project come to fruition, because I mean it's another it's just another string to the bow there in regards to the ban and the improvements in the town. So no, just welcome it, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, then item 14 is the Riverine Peace Plus project, and it's Karen Phillips again.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And members, again, this is an update report in relation to the Riverine Peace Plus project. Members, that this project has a total value of €16.7 million. It's fully funded by SEUPB through the Peace Plus programme, and the project includes a cross-border park, community facilities, regionally significant play park, and a pedestrian bridge linking Strabane and Lifford, with the significant community engagement and animation programme at the site for a 2-year period, and again, hopefully beyond that. It's a joint project with Donegal County Council, developed and managed by our ENR team, again with our capital team, and Donegal are actually the lead council in relation to the development of this, which in effect means that they are appointing the design team and the contractor to deliver the project. However, our team have been very much involved right from the start of the project and beyond. We anticipate the construction to commence this autumn in 2026, and we anticipate construction completion in the summer of 2028. And again, engagement is ongoing with relevant stakeholders, and in particular the Riverine Forum, which is a community stakeholder forum which has been developed and really has championed this particular project over the years. So I'm happy to take any comments or any questions that member have in relation to that.
Thank you, Karen, and we'll go back to Radio Strabane there, and Brian Hart's online again.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Karen. And another welcome development for Strabane. I welcome the update on the Riverine, and attended the launch last week with elected reps from Strabane and Derry, and John was there, and Karen and yourself. And I have intimate knowledge of the Riverine project because I was the chair of the Riverine Community Forum for a number of years before I got elected. But even when I got elected, as Karen can probably testify to this, any opportunity that I got to raise it with Karen or in any of the committees to see how progress was going with it, I took that opportunity. So it's great to see. And it has went through many iterations from its initial concept to where it is now. And at those very, very early stages, our previous MP, Pat Doherty, was instrumental in the beginning of this and putting it on the radar. I know he had a lot of meetings with different the European bodies and within his colleagues in the Dáil as well. I would just like to pay special mention to the Rivering Community Forum, who's made up of voluntary sectors within the Strabane, Lifford, and indeed Donegal and the wider Strabane area. And it's important because that's the grassroots. That is the people that are going to be using this, and they're hearing on the ground what is needed. So they were instrumental in the whole design and concept phase of the park. And it was great to meet them last week at the launch. So again, I think Christopher mentioned about the jigsaw pieces. We have quite a majority of those jigsaw pieces in the Strabane area. So I'm delighted that, as I said earlier, we have in the region of 140 million that's coming in to Strabane town centre and spanning over to Lifford. And it's bringing the two communities to get together, Lifford and Strabane, and also that could tie into our new leisure centre, because I'm sure we'll attract quite a lot of people from the Donegal area to that facility. So thank you, and thanks to all the good work that's been done with officers in relation to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. There's a pattern going on here, is there? If you're in first, get it. But where do I go with the Riverine? I've been involved with the Riverine since a year dot nearly, I think. I worked with Fountain Street back in 2008-9. We had to do 2,000 surveys to identify the need for this. It's, again, like all our projects, it had a false dawn on many occasions. Some of it by no fault. There's one thing, like we made a massive application to SUBB and we scored and we got over the threshold, but we were at the bottom of the pile. And then Narrow was at the top of the pile, they couldn't deliver, and we moved up. But then we hadn't got time. And then, as we all know in this chamber, maybe, that was there, we failed. And we failed by 2 points, I think it was, because there wasn't community engagement. We didn't prove it. So we took steps. And like I was at the launch there last week, and the Great and the Good was at it. And people came out of the woodwork was at it, and having a look. The suits were up front. Some of the people that actually delivered it weren't even there because there was minimum numbers. But for me, the people that delivered this was what was called the rise of the Riverine. Some council officers will know what that is, because the people of Strabane decided we wanted this park. The people of Lifford decided we want this park. And what happened was there was a Sunday and there was a march from Lifford to Strabane that accumulated in bands, music, engagement. There were surveys done, 1,500 surveys. There was ideas done. There was an idea tree. People planted it, and we presented that to council. When I was presented to SUBB, they were very much content. There was community engagement in this. There was cross-community engagement in this. There was cross-border in this. And that's what done it. Not the suits, the people on the ground. You see, on that day, it cost a fortune of money. It was into the thousands. And it was the people of Strabane that raised that. It was the businesses that raised that. They allowed that to happen to prove this park was needed. Unfortunately, it failed again. And it only failed because there wasn't a marine licence that should have applied to Dublin. It takes 18 months to process. But we got over that hurdle. We had a fight to get the Riverine back in and a focus on it. And we did that. And thankfully, we now have a start date for the Riverine. So it's, I think, Mayor, you mentioned it yourself, success has many fathers. I think this one does have many fathers. So I think that in light of that when we say that, I think we have to have a broad scope of how this was delivered. Cooperation by this council, by Donegal Council, by the business sector, and by the local community. that says, do not jeopardize the delivery of this plan and it's come to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I said that at the launch in Lifford, that success had many fathers while failure was an orphan. But in this case, I think it's true to say that success has many grandfathers and grandmothers too, because there's a lot of people with a lot of input into this that maybe aren't elected representatives anymore, but there you go. That's a good news story. Any other member or, sorry, Alderman Hussey.
I hope your last remark wasn't referring to me.
Would have been great grandfather.
Like Councillor Geller, I remember the embryo stage of this, and I think the first one where it came together was actually at the council offices in Lifford quite some time ago, as Councillor Geller has referred to there. It has been a stop-start. There has been tremendous community resolve around the issue, led by Councillor Gallagher and others going forward over the years. And indeed, the issue, as Karen will know, has also been kept on the agenda of the North West Regional Development Committee. Going forward, I think Councillor Gallagher referred there to the marine licence issue, which prevented the legs of the bridge being put on the Donegal side. And at that stage, we were ready to go. But because of that particular hiccup, it held the whole project up. But it is pleasing to see that it is now at the stage that it's at. And I know on the Strabane side, Councillor Hart has referred to the groups there, and those groups stretched right out to Ballinagorry, where there were groups involved there, and the old canal system, etc. For clarification, I'm presuming that the park does take cognizance of the Donegal Greenway, which is proposed to run from basically our new cemetery right along that side of the river down into Strabane. So that's all incorporated in to the overall project going forward, but it is to be welcomed that we have reached this stage on the project.
Through you, Chair, members, additional greenways aren't part of the delivery of this particular project, but they obviously definitely are an aspiration and we continue to work them up. And, you know, as members know, we had part of the Riverine site contains part of the Strabane North Greenway, which was part of our Northwest Greenways project. And it stretches into Lifford, Strabane and on out to Castlefin and hopefully eventually on up towards the other side of Strabane, and we'll continue on and into Derry eventually as well, hopefully.
Okay, thanks, Karen. No other indicated speakers or further comments, so that takes us then to item 15, which is the DNA progress update, and that is being taken by Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor. And the papers, by way of update, as it's important to note that DNA is obviously the first city project on site. So members will be aware the contract is split with two contractors. So the main build, which is McKelvey's and Marcon, who are specialist fit out contractors, deliberately done so as we maximise not only the heritage of the buildings, but then we make a world-class visitor experience inside. As mentioned earlier, it was formally launched in September. We've continued to award ancillary contracts that we noted through committees for the display cases, AV packages, and the multimedia guides to work our way through it. The build programme is a challenging programme, but is the main contractors in 12-month programme, which will be finished around the end of this year. And the fit out will take us to spring 2027. Stakeholder engagement continues at pace, and we're developing a marketing collateral. We have a holding page on the website. We will use obviously the Maritime Festival at the end of June to further promote what is coming and the opening of the new visitor attraction, and we will continue to work with stakeholders on that. Just one point to note, there are no issues at this stage, but obviously the OB in this project is quite low. the number of reasons for that over the development of it. We continue to work through with the ICT team and our own capital team to make sure that we come in on budget and on time. But the progress is good at this point in time, and it's great to see it starting to get out of the ground. And hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll start to see steelwork go up, which we'll start to see a further visible sign of progress on the site. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Stephen. Members, any questions? Councillor Minnie.
No questions, Mayor. Just to welcome the reports from Stephen. Obviously, as it says up on the screen there, it's the first City Deal project on site. It's broke ground already since September, so this is fantastic news. And of course, once it's completed, this will be a fantastic addition to the Edmonton site and to the suite of facilities that the city has to offer for tourism and for other educational purposes and things like that there. So really, I just hope that it stays on track and we have and its completion date stays firmly where it is, and we can welcome its opening very soon. So well done to all involved. And thank you for the report, Stephen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Minnie, and bring the Deputy Mayor on.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I also would like to reiterate and welcome the DNA project. The Edmonton site has been a monumental site to people within the waterside, and it's long awaited for that the Maritime Festival, the DNA Museum, not the festival, sorry, but it is welcomed, and to be the first project in the city did is very welcome. I do note that it's the only city project within the waterside, but yeah, but we welcome it. Two more. Acorn.
Of course, Councillor Jackson.
Carmy, and like the two previous speakers, it's good to see the waterside part of the jigsaw. But in all seriousness, whilst this, the DNA Museum is the first City Deal project, we haven't got this stage without its issues as well. And I can remember the earlier days with Stephen, Margaret and the team, just the amount of hurdles, questions that we had to answer, hurdles we had to overcome. But we've got there, and it is just that engagement piece, and I'm working through the process and working constructively with other partners. So there's been a long road to get us to this stage, but it's fantastic that the waterside is once again leading the way when it comes to our City Deal projects. So it's but I just want to commend the work that officers have put into this, because you can see the passion. And we did the launch at the Edmonton Hotel prior to Christmas, and there was, you can feel the excitement, the buzz around the project and the potential that this museum has in relation to improving the offering and being a real tourism asset to this city and district is immense. So just to commend everybody for the work, and again, we all eagerly anticipate the work completing and the opening of the DNA, but I know there's a lot of hard work between now and then, but we've got a fantastic officer team working on it, and and that is testament to how far we've come in the process so far. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, and I'm going to bring the Chief Executive on here.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, Mayor, just to remind members, there are 3 City Deal projects on the water side. There is the Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, members, That'll take us then to item 16, which is the Greenway lighting, and that's Karen Phillips again.
Thank you, Chair and members. The purpose of this report is to update members on progress in relation to the delivery of 3 lighting schemes at Drumahoe Park, Bay Road and Foyle Valley, and to advise members of the need potentially to increase council's allocation in relation to this particular project. So members, you'll be aware of the project over the last number of months coming through the various committees and indeed of our application to DFI for funding, and members, I'm pleased to advise that in December we received letters of offer for funding from DFI to progress 3 of the projects to completion. And members, we actually weren't expecting to get all of them. We thought perhaps we might get 2 of them, but so it's really positive news that we've got letters of offer for all 3. So just in terms of progress, in terms of Bay Road, Boom Hill, we received planning for that project in November 2024. The cost estimates are around 500,000 with 50% funded through the DFI Active Travel Programme. The tender process is underway to appoint the contractor, and we expect delivery by the end of next financial year. Again, Foyle Valley, we received planning permission just in September 25 there passed. The cost estimate for that is approximately 600,000. Again, 50% funded through DFI Active Travel Programme. And again, we're underway to look to appoint contractors with delivery by the end of 26-27. And then in terms of Drumahoe, we received our planning in May 2024, and the cost estimates are approximately 340,000. Again, 50% funded through DFI Active Travel Programme. We are in the process of appointing contractors with the view to deliver by the end of 26-27. Members, Council previously set aside 634,000 towards these 3 projects. They were based on earlier cost estimates before we put the application into DFI. So therefore, there's a need to set aside a further 86,000 to potentially complete the funding package. But again, members, just to note that the costs are estimated at this stage as they haven't yet been market tested. So members, that's for your information to note. I'm happy to take any comments or questions that members have in relation to this.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Karen, for the report. I raised the issue of Greenway lighting at E&R in December. I'd said that we had set aside funding and we had an application on the DFI, and hey presto, the money was released. So brilliant news. Just a question around the tenders. So do you think, so will there be individual tenders, or are we looking for one company to complete all 3 schemes? And would you have any idea, so they're all due to be completed by the end of the next financial year. Is there any thought given to priority? I would assume they're not all going to be done at the same time. Have we had any thoughts around how that work's going to be scheduled? But brilliant news.
Yeah, members, those are all the questions that we're working through at the minute in terms of appointing the contractor. Really, when we get contractors on board, we will look to see how we will schedule the works to best fit, I suppose, both a work programme but also the individual sites as well, to make sure which ones are best for the time of year for different sites, etc. But we will bring further update reports into E&R to update members as we move through that process. Again, in terms of the timeline, the funding letter of offer straddles this financial year and next financial year. And I think with some of these projects, that was always a little bit of an issue because in the past, active travel funding had become available, but it wasn't able to be delivered because we weren't able to get it spent by the end of the year. So being able to have a multi-year finish with these particular projects has been very beneficial, and that's really helped us to get all of them across the line at this juncture. So again, members, as we touched on earlier, we continue to develop other Greenway projects and indeed to engage with DFI in terms of how we take forward more projects in the years to come.
Thank you, Karen. Alderman Cook.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. And I just want to note this very welcomed news that the lighting will be installed in these very well used green spaces. Drumahoe has been raised to me, and it was probably one of the first constituency issues that I received since becoming elected. So it's just great to see this now at this stage, and I know that park users and nearby residents will be absolutely delighted with this. So I'll be looking forward to see it installed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. And next up is Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. I think we all realise that the whole issue probably was driven by concerns with regard to citizen safety throughout the area, and it's extremely welcome that the report is coming through with a recommendation which I have no problem supporting. Can I similarly ask, and you yourself, Mayor, will be aware of this, and Alderman Kerrigan, if he's still online, will be aware of it. Within the Derg Active scheme, there was a similar request for lighting along the river walk, which is in itself a greenway connecting into Castle Park in Castlederg, and it's the edge of a river, it's dark. So there are similar concerns with regard to citizen safety in that. Now, it was discussed within the Derg Active scheme. It was raised several times, but there always seems to have been a difficulty in including that within the scheme. Now, whether it's financial or other reasons, I'm not 100% sure, but could I request that a report is brought to Council, not to the Derg Active Group, but to Council, as to why that was not possible to fulfil that particular request, not alone from elected representatives, but from residents in the area, and that we could possibly, when that report is provided, look for a solution to the benefit of local residents and their safety. Thank you, Mayor.
Through you, members, happy to bring that report in.
And I have Councillor Logue online.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I lost connection there, so hopefully I'm right in thinking that we're taking these three Greenway projects together. Would that be correct, Jess?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Logue.
Well, of course, I want to welcome the three of them, the one at Drumahoe Bay Road, but of course the one that's very closest to me is the Boyle Valley Gateway one. Lobbied a long time for this, and really glad that the money has now been agreed, and just looking forward to it now to get the work started. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's just to add one point. I think everybody has covered the excitement and the real benefit that lighting of the greenways is going to have across the city and district. But one point that I wanted to make is in relation to the 10 points that we agreed on during the Anti-Violence Against Women and Girls deputation last year. And I think that the lighting of the greenways will encourage more women to go out walking whenever it is dark, although it's not stretching as far as that it could possibly go, but it's a start. But I think in relation to that element of the work that we're doing through the 10 points, this is really welcome news for young girls and women who do participate in walking, and that includes taking their children for a walk as well as the evening to get darker. So it's just to welcome it from that perspective as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. So we'll move on then to item 17, which is the Pride of Place Investment Plan, and that is being taken by Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor. So this Pride and Place Investment Plan, as members may know, there's been a couple of iterations of the names of this. It started off as a Towns Fund, and then it was a plan for neighbourhoods, and it now is a Pride and Place programme, but it's still all the same funding programme. So the Ministry for Housing and Communities and Local Government in the UK have allocated Derry City 20 million over 10 years. 75% capital, 25% revenue for the core urban area of Derry City. They have three objectives: thriving places, stronger communities, and to take back control. And they also have 3 investment periods. And currently, the Pride and Place Board are currently looking at the first investment period, which runs from the 1st of April 26 to the end of 2030. We had a number of requirements from government to submit a draft investment plan there at the end of November, which we did. The board has been aligned to the Strategic Growth Partnership and the heritage plans within the city, and has similar tripartite chairing arrangements, social, economic and environmental chairs. So the next slide takes you through some of the projects that have went through the process in terms of the first investment plan. And as you can see, we have aggregated it out through city centre, the DEAs, and also the revenue projects. And I think it's important to point out that the Moor DEA have decided to forego submission within this first investment period, but will submit into the next one. So that's why they're not featured here. But in terms of the city centre, the projects within the city centre is the Austin's Regeneration Project, the allocation of 2 million to an overall 11 million project. And Chalk Skull, which is the project on Great James's Street, which is a sort of Irish language immersive student accommodation experience. And the board have agreed to allocate 350k there to that 1.7 million project. In terms of Foylside, the project that came forward in terms of the capital projects was the Ballymagorty Hazelbank Community Centre. So the total project there is 2.2 million, and the board of the Pride and Place Board have agreed to allocate 1.2 million to that. And moving on to Ballyarnett, we had quite a lot of applications in from Ballyarnett, but the one that topped the scoring was the Resource Centre Cairnhill. It's a 2.1 million project, and we have allocated just over 1 million to that project. In terms of Waterside, the board have agreed that Currynearn and Stevenson's Parks will be the projects that will run within the Waterside. The total project is 2.3 million, but it's quite a significant contingency at 45%. And the Pride and Place Board have allocated 1.1 million to that. In terms of the revenue projects, members, you'll see them at the bottom part there. So the city centre revenue projects is one, a health inclusion project, and that's really to look at the vulnerability issues that are evident within the city centre through polysubstance abuse and a lot of vulnerable people. So it's a project with the Public Health Agency, City Centre Initiative, and a range of other strategic partners to look at that and address that level of vulnerability. There's also a place-based marketing project as well for the city centre, and that's really combining all the marketing budgets, hopefully within the city, from the trust to the university, to look at attracting the city as a place to live, work, invest and visit, and to promote that through Visit Derry. So in terms of the community revenue projects, then we have 3. One is tackling the root causes of poverty, and that just builds on from the poverty report that's been published on that. Neighbourhood enhancement programme, which is really beautifying the neighbourhoods, the urban core, looking at bus shelters and things like that, making it much more appealing, and using local communities to get involved and beautifying their neighbourhoods. And finally, a project in terms of health and well-being, looking at mental health and things like that within communities. So those are the projects that have been put forward to the board, from the board to government. What we are waiting on now is an outcome from the board or the government. They're moderating our investment plan. We're expecting an outcome of that in around the end of February. to see if they're content with that. The one thing I didn't say is that part of this funding programme is really useful, the fact that we don't have to submit business cases. There's been a list of pre-approved interventions, so it's great that we can fast track that process, but really government at this stage are just looking at these proposed projects submitted by the board to see if they fit within those pre-approved interventions. So we're expecting an outcome of that by the end of February, with a view that hopefully money will flow from the from April 2026. So that's me quickly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Rachel. And I have Councillor Heaney indicated. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, the officers, for the report. And it was really just on the, going back to the jigsaw theme, I just wanted to welcome the foil side element of the jigsaw to this 2.2 million investment in Balmagorty Hazelbank Community Centre is a huge we have a huge impact in the community, and as a culmination of years and years of work towards getting that delivered. And in conjunction with the Glenview Community Centre, which got funded there in the not too distant future, this is really great news for the Outer West area. So I really just wanted to welcome it and thank officers for all their work. Thanks for that, Councillor Heaney. Councillor Duffy.
Rachel, thank you for the report. And as somebody who sits on the Pride of Place board, I have to say there has been a tremendous amount of work that has taken place in relation to the meetings and bringing everybody together and trying to get agreement on a lot of the projects. I think that at times there was a lot of in-depth discussions around what we would be bringing forward and which we would be prioritising. But I think that everybody in the room was very clear around the best thing that they could do for our city and for the city, really, not the district, sorry, Strabane. But in relation to this one, it was, people were looking at what would actually make a difference. And in terms of the growth partnerships in particular, they were able to go away and look at what was in their growth plans, look at what was in their area plans, and see what they wanted to prioritise and bring that forward. So I think in terms of that, there can be no real arguments around that. I would, however, say that there was one contentious issue, and that was around the waterside area. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say that because there was conversations in the room, and the growth partnership from the waterside was able to bring forward the Currynearin element of the park, and we all had agreed to that. And then there was some other discussions in the background, and Stevenson's Park was brought forward then as well. Now, we did agree that there could be no detriment to Currynearin progressing, and through conversations with the wider team and the wider council, I know that there are some concerns around that, because obviously we went through the process through our capital projects and looking at how we prioritise play parks right across the city and district, and that each DAA would have an opportunity to deliver a play park. So the waterside has done that, but has now, through this process, seemingly getting additional play parks and other areas, and I will include my own in terms of Ballyarnett. And we did have an extensive list of projects that were brought forward, but probably in terms of play parks, we know Culmore is always an area that has never even had a swing. So I know that there are lots of conversations taking place. So I just think that it would be right to put on record our unease around that Stevenson's Park match funding element of it coming from council at this point. I think overall the Pride in Place, or Plan for Neighbourhood, as I still tend to call it, is a really positive project for the city and district. It is 20 million over 10 years, which doesn't sound like an awful lot of money, but it's the opportunity then to maybe leverage other opportunities coming in. And I know we have discussed those through the board, and I look forward to the end of February when we do get word from Westminster around where those projects are now going to land in our next board meeting. But I do think that I need to put it on record, and I did in the room at the time, around the Stevenson's Park element of our plan. So sorry to end on a more negative note, but I think that it's only right that I put that on record.
Thank you. Well, we don't want to be going down no negative route, so. Deputy Mayor McMorris.
Thank you for letting me in, and I'm sorry to tell you it's probably going to be another negative route. But anyway, however, this has been a very good day for council. It's been a very good day for announcements for not only our city but our whole district, and we welcome them. We welcome all investment in all of our areas. But I have to disagree with the previous speaker. We had the opportunity as a council to put through one park and our DEA as a priority. Carignan wasn't my priority, it wasn't what I suggested at the time, but however, I would never stand in the way of somebody getting another park. That is not who I am. It's not what the intention was here. But when I come to Carignan and Tullyally, we had previously got a peace funding application which went forward. It was the all singing, all dancing, mutualising space, cohesive working. We talked about all the benefits of the peace application. And then to go from being where these communities are cohesively doing so much together that we can put our hands on our heart and say it's okay to deliver 1.9 million into one side of the community and absolutely nothing on the other. This is a different funding stream. These are different priorities. Do you know, this is not, the project through Pride Place was not, and it should not be aligned to what a decision was for a different funding stream. So I take offence that, you know, that we are in some way having to be aligned with a different decision for a different funding stream. I welcome the fact that the 100,000 is in being put forward for the 25% match funding. However, and that was agreed at the last Capital Financial Group. However, following that meeting, when I spoke to some of the officers, it was relayed to me that that in no way guaranteed that Tullyally would be delivered. Now, we talk about the contingency fund and had been high, and we talk about that probably will be enough money. But I don't know what's worse, to go out to a community and say, you're not getting your park, where your members of the other interface is getting the whole Rolls Royce situation. Or do we go out and say to them, do you know what? There's a possibility you're going to get your park. But that depends on whether the other interface community leaves enough in the pot for you to get it. I don't know what's worse. And I just despair at the good relations message that this would send to the people in Tullyally. We are not trying to block Carignan from getting the park. Absolutely not. I've been called sectarian and everything else because of my request to include Tullyally. But I can tell you now, my ambition is to get both of the parks delivered, not one, but the two. And I think that we as a council should be putting forward that we have a guarantee that them two projects could go forward together. I was under the understanding that this was going to be a joint project, but it's only a joint project in title only. There's nothing joint about it, because if one depends on the other, you know, or one can be left behind because of the other, then this is not a joint project. And it doesn't sit in line with any peace application that this council put in not like over a year ago. So I make no apologies for fighting for a play park for Tullyally. And I just, you know, I just hasten what message this sends to the people in Tullyally, you know, that their kids in their community is of less value than kids in another community, because that seems to be the message that people are taking from this, you know, and that's absolutely diabolical. And I certainly don't want to be earmarked to be part of that decision making whenever the people of Tully find out that they are going to be left behind. So my recommendation is to this council that we put this forward as a joint project in not only name, but in theory, so that the two of them can go forward together, be built together. That would probably save on costs, you know, and I would want the council to stand over that if there is a shortfall within the contingency, bearing in mind we've talked today about inflation and about rising costs, and so I don't think it's fair for to have this community sitting on a thread basically saying, you know, you might get it, you might not, but that just depends. We don't know, and we might have to wait to the other 4 years. And do you know what I mean? What is, I mean, that's, we are talking about millions and millions and millions of pounds of investment in our city and district. This community is asking for a small pocket park. That's what they're asking for. There is a master plan in that area. They're not asking for the delivery of the whole master plan. Do you know, they're not being greedy in any way. All they're asking for is a small pocket park so that their children have somewhere safe to play and somewhere where they can grow and be nurtured and have all of the benefits that all our children in our city and district will have. So that's my suggestion, and I can wholeheartedly say that I have never, ever asked for one project to be prioritised over another. I have asked for this to go through as a joint project in theory as well as in name, and that's what my request is. And I'm sorry I have to end on a negative note on that, but I feel passionately about this. I feel passionately about play parks in all our areas. I feel passionately about all our communities having good community infrastructure. And I certainly don't want to be associated with trying to block anybody from getting them vital infrastructures and community services that our children deserve. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you, Councillor Duffy, for, I don't sit on that board, and I wasn't at the meeting obviously, so I'm glad for the clarity around that anyway. And unfortunately, you know, after a good day, we're sitting talking in this here, but in relation to the water side and mostly the play park schemes, I mean, when I came into council initially, it was starting off, we had the play park reviews, and we sat and the members on the water side who were sitting there did it, and there was two options, there was two picks, and the one that wasn't mentioned by Alderman McMorris, and this was Ross Downey. You know, so the picks that came out of the water side were Curry Nairn and Ross Downey. I don't know where Tully Alley came into this here equation. Came in very late, but apparently, and for some reason, it's been segued in into the situation, which I do take the point in, because it means then that every other DEA has got two picks, and I'm not looking to do down my own DEA, but I mean, if there's a third one going, I'm sure other members in here is going to be looking, going around and going, if there's a third slot going, I'm sure there's going to be a lot other members and a lot of DLR DEAs looking for that option. And it was the first thought that occurred in my mind. On Tully Alley have a play park. I'm sure every other member in the waterside wants Tully Alley to have a play park. But simply the situation was, and my history or the chronology of this in my mind is that, as I said before, the two picks were Curry Nairn and Ross Downey, and that they wouldn't be prejudiced. And secondly, there was an application for peace funding, which we didn't get in the water side, which would have been through the master planning of that particular area around Drummahoe and around Curry Nairn and Tully Alley. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. But at this stage, Curry Nairn is ready to go. And the pick for the water side was a firm pick, was Curry Nairn. And on my understanding, was without any prejudice that would go ahead, you know. So, and then Ross Downey would go ahead as well. So, in my view, that's the status quo. That's the way the status quo should remain. Very clear in my mind and the SDLP's mind. And if anything else transpires along the line that would allow for a third in the water side, come along, invite me along to a meeting, we'll have a chat about it. But it's my mind at this moment in time is that Curry number one, Ross, number two, that's my understanding, I can stand corrected, and that's the way it was. And that's the way the status quo in my mind will remain. So unless there's a change of circumstances in any other way, I'm happy to discuss it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney and Councillor Jackson.
Good, Mayor, and thanks for that. And I only start by saying I agree with quite a lot of the remarks that Alderman McMorris made in relation to the joint nature, the need for facilities in Tullyalley. Couldn't agree more. And there's, but in relation to what Councillor Mooney had said, I want to elaborate a wee bit on that, because I did, and again, just to go back on the play park funding. You know, every area was asked to select a priority for play facilities. The waterside was selecting two for the very reasons that Alderman McMorris had highlighted, because of the unsuccessful Peace Plus application and the joint working between Tullyalley and Carrinean. There was an almost a presumption that the two projects was going to be Tullyalley and Carrinean, and that's how I sold it within our team. I know, Councillor Duffy alluded to the need for play parks in Culmore. Every single DEA, including your own, Mayor, had identified a number of priorities, and there was it talk about a persuading within our own team. They agree on the budget. They allow waterside to select two. It was to my dismay that reps from within the waterside agreed that Rossdowney was a much bigger priority than Tullyalley, and that's where the projects were decoupled. And I was disappointed to see that, but I accepted the rationale that was put forward by the DEP and the UUP within the waterside. So they agreed that Tullyalley wasn't a priority as much as Rossdowney was, and I know Alderman McMorris said it's a different pot of funding. The match funding for Pride of Place comes directly from that. If there wasn't that decision to prioritise Rossdowney, the match funding for Tullyalley would have been there, and that's where we wouldn't be at this decision. So it's unfair to say it's a different pot of funding. But again, we need to be mindful that there's priorities for play provision right across our city and district, and I would love to see us deliver 3 play parks in every single DEA, but the budget simply isn't there, and that's where we're at. I would love to see a linkage between the both of them, where we can deliver the Carrinean play facilities, and then if there is a surplus that is earmarked towards Tullyalley, because I would love to see the both of them over the line, but they ask for an additional injection of funding from council. I can say it from within our own team. There's demands from all our DEAs who will be expecting the exact same. So that is the reality, and that's our position where we're going to coming into this meeting now, is we want to see them over the line, but they make an additional contribution over and above what we've already seen invested in the waterside, is going to raise expectations from all our DEAs. And that's the simple reality of it. And from our perspective, we don't have the budget to do that just now. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try not to sneeze here. It's going to be a challenge. Just going to try and inject some positivity into this following this last item that was discussed. I too am a member of board member of Pride and Place along with Councillor Duffy. And I think the 20 million funding over the next 10 years is really, really welcome. We could spend double or triple that, without a doubt, but, 20 million is a good starting point. The draft investment plan that we hope is approved in full next month or in March is really, really positive. And I want to touch briefly on Austin's, the iconic landmark in our city centre. If this funding's approved, it's going to leverage potentially an £11 million regeneration project at Austin's. It's going to repurpose that building. It's going to reopen that building. So this is really important because the building is so iconic and it is lay empty, unused and derelict for far, far too long. And this funding stream is the perfect opportunity to get it back into use. So really positive. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Farrell. Bring the Deputy Mayor in for the final word, please.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me back in. I just want to say and just clarify, yes, this is two different funding streams, and I have said that, but this is not only two different funding streams, but this is actually two different priorities. The first priority that we talked about was council priorities and about the play parks going forward. And yes, Rossdowney was a play park that we put forward as a priority because they've absolutely nothing. I mean, their park is derelict. So they are, they were the priority and we put that forward. But what we're talking about now is the priorities of Waterside Neighbourhood Partnership, of the Waterside. It's not council that has put this forward. It is the Waterside Neighbourhood Partnership, and they have put in an application. Bear in mind that they adapted it to make it a joint application. But it is the priorities of the Waterside Neighbourhood Partnership that put the parks forward. And if we put this down to every other area needs play parks, well then I could just say, well, there's areas in the Waterside who need community centres. But everybody had the right to put their own priorities forward. And some people selected community centres, some people put in parks, some people put in, but it was to address the needs and priorities of the area. Not just because it was a council priority, but it was the Waterside priorities of the people that sit on the Waterside Neighbourhood Partnership. It was their agreement to put it onto the application. And that should be taken into consideration. And we talk about the contingency fund and, and we'd be hopeful that this will get over the line because of the contingency fund and all that there. There is absolutely no guarantee. There's no guarantee that this play park will be delivered. So please don't say that this has to be aligned to the play park strategy or the council's priorities, because it has nothing to do with the council priorities. This is not a council priority wish list. This is a wish list of the Waterside Neighbourhood Partnership putting priority projects forward for the Waterside. So if Waterside councillors are saying that Tully Alley is not a priority, or they're not on the same level of need as any other community, well then shame on them. Shame on them. Because I can tell you now, we have sat here and agreed additional money. Every month we agree additional money for all sorts of projects through this city and district, and very little of them is ever in the Waterside. I can tell you that. When we were talking today about the Brandywell and it moving, Christopher was saying about he'd be heartbroken if it didn't go forward. Think of the hundreds of people in Tully Alley who are not only going to be heartbroken, but they're going to be devastated, and they're going to be told by this council that, you know what, you're not worth it. Your children aren't as important as other children. So let's get it clear. This is a Waterside project, Waterside priorities, and for people to categorise that into a council priority list of play parks is absolutely madness, because Usens didn't select play parks, but we did, and it's a priority to us in the Waterside that we deliver these both play parks. and there might never be a need for additional money from this council to deliver this project. But what I'm asking for is that when we go out and tell these communities, great news, we have secured funding to get your 2 play parks delivered, that we're not telling one of them, but yours is at risk. Because if they go over budget in one, you get nothing. That's what I'm asking you to cover and to guarantee that if that is a position that they do, I'm finishing up, if that's a case where they do run into difficulties or go over budget in one, that this council steps up and delivers for this community. That's what I'm asking. And shame on this community or this council chamber if they let this community down. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Final word, Councillor Duffy. I'm just conscious of the time. It's 10 to 6 and I have to go to hold the reception, so it's better be quick.
Yeah, I will be brief, Mayor. I'm really disappointed at the use of language and here and the use of particularly the word nuisance. So it insinuates something more than what is happening here. And I would just like to say on behalf of my DEA, Ballyarnett, we had a number of priorities in terms of the play parks. We had a number of priorities in terms of being brought forward from the growth partnership. In terms of play parks, we have 2 significant asks around play parks. One was for the Cairnhill community and one was for the Culmore community. I'm not saying that I don't value the wins from Culmore any more than I value the wins from Cairnhill. So is that what Alderman McMorris is trying to insinuate here? Because we value all the children right across our council area equally, but we had to take decisions within our DEA around where we could actually deliver the play park and where we had ground, and we had to look at a plethora of issues in terms of what was possible, and that's why Cairnhill came on the table. That doesn't take away from our priority towards Culmore, because we certainly want to see delivery in Culmore as well. So I don't think the use of the language of nuisance is very helpful in this situation. We had, in terms of the board, we had the growth partnership bring forward Curry to the original meeting. Tully Alley wasn't mentioned originally, so I'm sorry, it wasn't the priority. You had your own meeting in the Waterside and you prioritised Ross Downey, and Curry came forward to the pride of place. So I'm sorry, I just can't stand over it at this stage.
Okay, members, I'm going to move on now to the final item on this part of the agenda, which is...
Mayor, could I come in there?
No, I've said that Councillor Duffy was going to be the final speaker on it.
Okay.
Item 18 is the financing plan, capital strategy and community projects update status, and that has been taken by Alfie.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously the financing report's a very detailed report, so hopefully these slides will summarise it. So the table on the screen is basically a summary of our capital programme. We touched on the values earlier. You'll note there's 5 detailed tables attached to the report. Table 1's completed projects, Table 2's are strategic projects, Table 3's community projects with full funding in place, obviously subject to the recommendations of today's meeting. Table 4 is projects with development funding allocated but not yet fully funded, and Table 5 is repairs and renewals projects both completed and in progress. So you'll see, members, just summarising that table, 131 million of projects completed, 550 million in progress and 30 million of development projects which we've allocated some money to. So that's obviously a £711 million programme. It doesn't include the figures mentioned earlier in relation to the additional money requested for the medical school, nor the additional public realm investment required in Strabane Canal Basin. So we're very hopeful that that figure will increase in subsequent meetings. So just moving on to the next slide, please. So members, obviously a big part of today's discussion has been around our strategic projects and in particular the leisure facilities at Templemore and Strabane. The next 2 slides are about the financing in place for those. So as you know, there's been significant work done in terms of both those projects and the costings with ICT teams now in place. You know that the overall budgetary requirement has been estimated at current circa 144 million. Basically, members, the plan for that is 120 million through loan charges and the remainder in cash. And you'll know that we've been building up that provision for loan charges through a number of aspects. The airport business case, 1.5% rates investment, and that puts us in a place where we come into this financial year with about 100 million of funding in place. You'll be aware through the existing rates process that we have further investment included, which will increase that up to about 120 million. And then next year's rates process hopefully will conclude the financing of required to deliver the two centres. So that's the financing plan, members. Obviously, there's interest rate volatility, so we're hopeful in the medium term that those interest rates will reduce and maybe reduce the requirement in council a bit, and we're looking at various aspects in that regard to reduce the borrowing cost, and I refer to the National Wealth Fund in particular. Members obviously will continue to try and scope external funding for these projects, but the plan is that we have everything in place to deliver them themselves if those aren't successful. So just moving on to the next slide. So members, an equally important part of the financing of these two projects is the ongoing revenue costs. So again, significant work has been done on that. In particular, the staffing requirements required to facilitate these two major new facilities. And also in particular, we've looked at forecast usage levels and the associated income that we would generate from that. As you can see, at current prices, that would leave us with about a 400 or 465k shortfall. And between now and centre opening, that figure will increase, members, because obviously staff costs and other costs will rise by inflation, and we estimate that figure in a few years' time to be about £1 million. So, members, the plan, you'll know in the meantime that we've convened meetings of our pricing working group with a view to bridging that deficit. And members, I do stress that would be through a modest price raising plan, and very much with the intention of still leaving us by far the best value for money prices across the province. So we'll just move on to the next slide, please. So the next slide really refers to the specific recommendations within today's meeting. So members, you'll be aware that we have identified additional funds in the current year of about 2.912 million, that those relate to environment and waste savings, temporary environment and waste savings. And in next year, we'll also have a saving in that regard, the quantum of which will not be concluded until we conclude our rates process, but nonetheless, there'll be a sum of money there. So with that in mind, that enables us to make a number of recommendations to today's meeting. So there's 9 recommendations listed there. Firstly, 130k additional for Melvin floodlighting, bringing the total investment there to 385k. Secondly, an additional 552k to the range of community centres highlighted due to increasing project costs and scopes for those projects. Thirdly, match funding requirements for the Ballymaccorty Hazelbank Community Centre, and also 100k for the Stevenson's Park project just discussed. Number 4 is 609k, and that represents a 10% match funding requirement for a wider 6 million project. And members, you'll see the recommendation on that is subject to completion of the final business case, detailed design, other funding being secured, and the recommendation mentions that there will be a detailed report brought to council or the relevant committee in relation to the detail of that project before final approval. The 5th recommendation is in relation to the Strabane Grammar site, 50k, and that builds and funds of 200k would previously set aside and reflects the position of current valuation discussions. The 6th recommendation is in relation to money being set aside, in particular to address car parking issues at one of our key depots, a Skeg depot, so 350k is recommended for that. 7 is additional monies of 90k towards the Greenway lighting projects, increasing our allocation from 630 to 720k, and obviously that sum would be totally matched by DFI, so representing £1 of external investment for every £1 of council investment. And The 8th recommendation is proposing to earmark additional 200k funds for Halloween next year, given it's the 40th anniversary of that event. And the final recommendation, which was touched on earlier, is setting aside some provision for a city deal stroke shared office space here in the city centre for our city deal team. Obviously, negotiations need to be concluded in that, but that's setting aside some provision in the meantime. Members, I would stress alongside that, you'll know we have a 500k development fund set aside previously, and that's set aside for project scoping and development of funding applications for other projects. Examples are further play park development and Strabane Design Mills Greenway. Officers are currently developing a spending plan for that project development budget, and that will be brought before you in due course. Not in the slide, members, I'm conscious you'll be aware, as part of the rates proposals, we've included an investment of 140k as our required match funding towards what hopefully will be the 14 million shared Shaping Sustainable Places programme. So that's been included within the rates proposals, and again, that would be additional to the figures we reported in the tables. So final slide, it's just the recommendations in the report. First recommendation, and you'll be well aware the importance of securing 1.5% rates investment as part of the current rates process, and you'll know that that's been included. That you note the current revenue shortfall in relation to the 2 strategic leisure projects, and the convening of the group to discuss the pricing around those to try and bridge that shortfall. The approval of the 3.006 million of community project allocations as set out in the previous slide. And finally, noting the 140k rates investment I've just advised on with a view to securing 14 million of investment over the next 10 years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for that, Alfie. Members, any questions or comments on that to Alfie? Councillor Gallagher? Yes, go ahead. No, we're going to finish these 18 items on the agenda and go back to take them each one. Okay. Members, unfortunately, I have to leave for a reception, and in the absence of the deputy mayor, the procedure is that my party would nominate an alternative to chair the meeting. We don't go to the chairs anymore. So I'll defer to Councillor Jackson to nominate somebody, please.
Okay, I'll nominate Councillor Duffy, Sandra Duffy.
Okay, does that need a seconder?
No, it's a nomination.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that.
Those in favour?
Forgot I can't reach. Okay then, didn't think I'd be back here. But thank you, Jay Rory, the mayor, for a really successful, positive meeting, in the round. So the next thing is to go through all the recommendations, and get proposers and seconders for them, or alternative proposals. So I will start with the Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm going to pass over to the Chief Executive. He'll take us through the vote.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And just to ease the process, we've just captured all the recommendations on the slide, so you don't have to go back through the papers again. So members, the first paper is Strategic Capital Projects Overview. It's a proposer and seconder to endorse the paper. Proposer, Councillor Farrell, seconder, Councillor Gallagher. Second paper, sorry. Second paper, members, through Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
was on social value, a proposer to endorse the progress achieved. Proposed by Councillor Jackson.
Seconded by Alderman.
Sorry, you can do that, but.
That's okay.
The third paper was the city deal proposer and seconder under the recommendations to endorse the progress, the increase in funding, in particular, the need to progress further resource and funding commitments for Queen's Quay and Strabane Town Centre, the potential co-location opportunity for the city deal team and partner agency teams, and the ongoing resource requirements.
Councillor Hutton proposed, seconded. Councillor Minnick.
Thank you, members. The next paper was the strategic leisure update in Strabane. If we could just move to the next slide. It was to note the progress to date, and in particular, members endorsed the final facility mix proposal and the current budget required for the delivery of the Strabane leisure project.
So I have a proposer in Councillor Farrell and a seconder in Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, members. And Chair, the next paper in terms of the Templemore project was to note the progress to date, endorse the high-level master plan, subject to further public engagement, that members endorse the final facility mix proposals outlined in the paper, the currently assessed capital budgets, and that members authorise the development of the process set out for the potential disposal of the surplus lands at Templemore, with a view to providing a further update to members on the outcome in due course.
Thank you, John. I'm going to indulge myself and propose it. Seconded by Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, members. Chair, the next paper was the pitch replacement, Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium. The proposal was that members review the two options and recommend the preferred option. That if option B was selected as the preferred option, that's the proposal by the club to develop a hybrid pitch, that members authorise officers to discuss and agree with the club the precise technical specification and scope of the works, that members approve entering into a development agreement and works licence between Council and Derry City Football Club, and that members approve a review of the agreement in relation to the hire of the stadium by Derry City Football Club following completion of the works.
Councillor Jackson.
Propose option B.
Councillor Minnick. Second.
Thank you. Chair and members, the next paper, Melvin Arena, that members approve the allocation of the additional 130,000 to facilitate the installation of floodlighting, and that members note the findings of the initial scoping review and the need for further assessment of the feasibility of further stadium enhancements on the Melvin site.
Okay, so I have a proposer in Councillor Farrell and
Proposed amendment.
second. Proposed amendment. Go ahead, Alderman.
Well, it's really an addition. No problem with 5.1, 5.2. I would like members to consider adding to the recommendation and to consider equality issues relevant to those clubs owning their own facilities.
Could you provide that in writing?
If you repeat it, I'll write it down. Just trying to quicken it.
Mr. Gallagher. We could bring back a paper on it if you want to provide it in writing to us, Alderman. I didn't quite hear what you said, so. Okay.
Not sure now.
Councillor Gallagher, go ahead. Oh, no, it's.
Sorry, it's
You're all right. Mayor, could I suggest without, well, you're acting mayor now. Mayor, could I suggest, the council Hussey's amendment could be brought forward on another paper without delaying this meeting too long? Because I think that there's very little, that people will argue about, right? On it.
Well, we have a proposal, but it hasn't been seconded. So Alderman Hussey, would you be willing to bring your amendment as a proposal at a later date? That we could look at it and bring back a paper?
If he needs a seconder, I'll second it for.
Would you be willing to withdraw your proposal and bring it back at another date?
I would be willing to make a proposal at a future date that subsequent to this recommendation, we consider equality issues relevant to us. So is that fair enough? If
That's fine with me. So we have this paper in front of us. We have a recommendation and it is proposed by Councillor O'Farrell and seconded by Councillor Gallagher. And so. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Members, I could take the next, Strabane Public Realm and Riverine, members asked to note the contents of the report and endorse progress. Proposer and seconder.
Councillor Farrell and seconder Councillor McGinley.
Riverine Peace Plus project update, members note and endorse progress.
Propose that, Chair.
Who's Councillor Leonard proposed and seconded by Alderman Hussey.
The DNA progress update, note and endorse progress.
Councillor Jackson and Councillor Clark.
I came up today for lunch. I seen there was a big,
Keith, we can hear you. You're not muted.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. The Greenway Lighting Project, that members are requested to note the project progress to underwrite the additional £90,000 to these three lighting schemes: Drumahoe, Bay Road Park, Boom Hall and Foyle Valley.
Councillor Houghton proposed and Councillor Mooney seconded.
happy to support, mindful that the officer has indicated she will bring a report reference the River Walk in Castledown.
Thank you, Chair and members. The next report, the Pride in Place report, that members are recommended to endorse this updated progress report and note the interdependencies of the projects in the Council's capital programme.
Councillor Jackson.
Happy to propose, with the exception of the additional money coming on the water side, and I'm saying that with deep disappointment, but in the interest of fairness, right across our council area, there needs to be more work done on this particular aspect. So happy to propose with the exception of the water side ask.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Mooney. Are we all in agreement with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Logue.
Chair, sorry, Mayor, can I ask for a 1 minute pause?
Okay, in relation to this proposal?
The proposal, obviously, I'm not a city councillor or waterside councillor. I just want to consult with our representative in that area for 1 minute.
Okay, could you provide it in writing? No, we don't need it in writing. We just know we're not that. Okay. Yeah, we know where the proposal as we agree the regulations about the addition.
Here, could I come in there?
Coming from the, yeah.
I think we need that, right?
Okay.
Mayor, I've had the consultation and he's wishing to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Jackson, the Chief Executive has asked, could that be just provided in writing? And then we're taking 1 minute.
Or we could just simply add it on with the exception of the 100. I'd like Councillor Jackson just to agree at that.
It's just the exclusion of that 100,000.
So we
The
just,
council match funding.
with the exception of the 100,000 council match funding for the waterside project.
That's quicker than me trying to.
I know. With the exception of. With the exception of the 100,000 match funding.
Keep this closely later.
Yeah.
Because there's been any discussion about it.
No, I know there hasn't.
Chair, could I come in there? You wouldn't mind?
I'll bring you in a second. We're just on a pause.
All right, thanks.
Christopher, are you content?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Minnie? Yep, content. Okay. Okay. Alderman, who was looking in there? Oh, Guy. Alderman Guy.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I had my name down to speak and the mayor obviously was moving on at that stage, so that's accepted. But could I suggest that the waterside councillors meet to discuss this as soon as possible, as soon as suits everyone? Just to discuss the issue between the Tully Alley and the money for Graineer. And then we can come to some sort of agreement on it just before the actual rates are sort of passed on it. But I would appreciate it myself, as I didn't get to speak there today. But it's up to everybody else to what they want to do. But I would just suggest that we could meet up as soon as possible.
Alderman Guy, thank you. Julie Middleton, are you looking to comment on this item?
Yes, please, Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm not a councillor for the Waterside DA, but I do support what Alderman Guy has just said, and also given the concerns raised by my colleague Alderman McMorris today, I can't support the removal of the 100,000 match funding from the DEA, the Waterside DEA. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Middleton. Councillor Jackson.
I'm just on the suggestion from Alderman Guy. I would love that opportunity. Disappointed that we got this far without any engagement with waterside councillors. So would love that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Minnie.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the suggestion of Alderman Guy, yeah, indeed, I'm happy to meet. Firstly, we got a meeting prior to this year. It might have been resolved, but I think that's the situation here. There's not been any communication at all. So thank you, Chair.
I agree. Okay, there is a proposal on the floor. It's proposed and seconded, so I'm going to have to take that to a vote. So, Chief Executive, would you be content to take us on a vote?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And members, I'm not clear on who's here and not here, so if you don't mind, I'll just go through the whole list if that's okay. So Alderman Cook for this proposed amendment. Alderman Guy,
For the amendment, I would be against the amendment for now.
Alderman Hussey. No, it's not.
Thank you, Mayor. On the basis of a refusal of a deferral, I unfortunately have to vote against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against, John.
Alderman McMorris. Alderman Middleton.
Against, John.
Alderman Montgomery.
Against, John.
Alderman Wilkinson. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Lillian Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Boggs. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cusick.
Abstain.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Donnelly.
Sorry, tie, John.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Alex Duffy. Councillor Sandra Duffy.
Sorry, John.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Farrell.
Abstain.
Councillor Fleming.
Tab.
Councillor Gallagher.
I abstain, not across the detail.
Councillor Harkin is not here, I don't think. Councillor Hart. Councillor Heaney. Is that Councillor Hart?
I think it's him.
Okay. Councillor Hutton.
Aye.
Councillor Jackson. Councillor Leonard. Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McDade. Councillor McGinley.
Tie.
Councillor McGowan.
Aye.
Councillor Mooney.
I'm for, but on the basis that this is a prelude to sitting down, having a communication, and on the basis of that this could be restated at some other stage. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor Norris. Councillor O'Farrell. Councillor Riley. Councillor Tierney. Thank you. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Nevis. No.
Ta.
Thank you. Chair, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 16. Chair, I've recorded 16 for the amendment, 3 abstentions and 5 against, so the amendment passes. We now have a substantive recommendation to seek approval or otherwise on.
Okay, so the new proposal is on the floor, the substantive motion. So I'm going to ask for a proposer and seconder for that. Councillor Jackson.
No second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Logue. Okay, so do we need to take a vote on the full recommendation, or are people content with the full recommendation as it stands?
Chair, Mayor, Acting Mayor, that my vote would stand as it did before.
Right, okay.
Chair, I'd also like to abstain on this now. Just, it's a shame, but I'd like to abstain. Thank you.
I go through another vote.
We have to.
Yeah, okay, we'll take another vote.
Okay, members, I'm just going to call out the members who voted the last time. If there's any member online who doesn't hear me call out their name, please call. Alderman Guy, this is now the substantive motion.
I'll abstain on that one, John.
Alderman Hussey.
Against, as previous.
Against, sorry. Alderman Carrigan.
I'm against, John.
Alderman Middleton.
Regrettably, I'm against.
Alderman Montgomery.
Abstain, John.
Are other members voting the same way?
Yes.
including abstentions?
I abstained, but I want to vote for the
Okay,
substantive
fine.
motion.
Just Alderman or Councillor Clark. Councillor Cusack,
Abstain.
Councillor Devine,
John.
Councillor Alex Duffy,
John.
Councillor Sandra Duffy, Councillor Farrell,
Or
Councillor Fleming, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Hutton,
Ta.
Councillor Jackson, Councillor Leonard,
Oh.
Councillor Logue,
For.
Councillor McGinley, Councillor McGowan, Councillor Mooney, Councillor O'Farrell, Councillor Riley,
For.
and Councillor Anelis.
Ta.
Thank you, members. So members, this time we have 17 for, 3 against and 4 abstentions. So the substantive motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Finally, members, in relation to the financing plan, members note the contents and include the importance of securing the 1.5% rates estimate as part of the upcoming rates proposals and subsequent rates proposals towards the financing of council's capital projects. The current forecast revenue shortfall in respect of council's 2 strategic leisure projects and the importance of considering pricing for the new facilities and indeed across the wider leisure estate in order to avoid rates implications. The allocation of 3.006 million of funding proposed from non-recurrent savings as identified from within the Environment Waste Services in Table D, that would now be subject to an amendment in relation to the decision from the previous paper. So from that, just to be clear, will be struck the 100K that has now been voted against to address the capital project pressures and emerging capital and revenue priorities, and the 140K rates investment required for consideration as part of the upcoming rates process, in addition to the 1.5% in relation to the 10% match funding requirements towards the upcoming Shaping Sustainable Places Regeneration Initiative. Members.
Okay, thank you. Proposer and seconder for that. Councillor Hutton and Councillor Clark. Okay, thank you. I know that it has been an extremely long meeting, but it has been a really positive meeting. And before you all put on your coats and leave, I have a request that we go on to confidential business, as the Chief Executive wants to update us on an emerging issue. So if we are content to put your coat on, sit down, we'll go on to confidential. But overall, a really positive